We're good to go. We're good to go. We're live. So a wonderful good afternoon to everybody watching this around the world. Uh, we've just started here with our actual bracket. I kept the bracket on as the stream was starting, so I could hide. Um, but that's okay. Uh, so currently we've got Luki and Arden on the side stages, and who's the other match? Yelena and Madros are also playing. And on the top stage, oh, Tolstoy tops out at 2,000 points. So Rafael gonna take game number 1. And I wasn't even finished with speaking, but either way, Rafael taking game number 1. Right. Those are some. Those are some quick games. Okay, those are some quick quick games. Okay. Okay. So after all of that, I was scrambling to try and get the the announcement ready. Christ. Okay. 2-0 at the top game between Tolstoy from the Switzerland and Rafael from Poland. Severin from Vienna and Bernie looking good right now. 68,000 for Bernie, 31,000 for Severin. Currently at the top game, Tolstoy having a bit of a mess, but gonna burn it down. And Severin's gonna top out at 31,000. So that is the sweep for Bernie, who advances to the next round. Is there no sound? No, there isn't. There's absolutely no sound. Currently, the furthest game we've had so far in the stream, Rafael and Tolstoy, as I say that, of course, Tolstoy, nasty misdrop of the SPs. Currently 2-0 for Rafael. One game away from... oh, I forgot to change the... you have to run the stream and everything? Oh god. Bracket. Just use bracket for the actual bracket. And Rafael gonna take game number 3 and advancing to the next round. So currently on the side stage we've got an update. Jelena is currently 2-0 up on Madros, looking for the sweep as well. But we've got 2 matches concluded so far on the stream. PIW gonna beat Tolstoy 3-0. Ja, sicher. Okay, welcome back. Sorry to just keep people hanging. It's annoying when people aren't here. So, uh, but we've got Leela and Odra and Raphael and Messex right here, which are the two matches we can play right now based on who can referee and who cannot. So this is what we're at. Currently, on the remaining match on the side stage between Arden and Luki, it's currently 2-0 to Arden. Oh, what did I break? Alright, so some people apparently cannot put in their seeds. Love you, Messex. And currently, they're about to actually start. Odra there with a nasty misdrop. So it's currently Aliwa. Oh, and Odra with more misdrops. Oh, and Odra with more misdrops. And it looks like this is going to be game number 1 for Aliwa. So Aliwa taking game number 1. Currently at the top, Messex, 91,000. Raphael at 15,000 yet to score a Tetris. These are same piece set, so it's not bad RNG. Messex is just having a good start. 114,000 for Messex. And Raphael getting up high. But those are some good burns. Raphael bringing it down. Raphael at 22,000. Aliwa and Odra having just started their first game, and now in this game it's Aliwa who starts off with some issues. 28,000 for Aliwa. 28,000 for Odra. 11,000 for Aliwa. I think you can tell that I'm very tired. Oh, but Odra with nasty misdrop. And needs to get something over. Needed full dash and isn't going to be able to do it, so Aliwa. A Tetris right now would do it. But really, should be a free game number 2. And there's a Tetris. Aliwa moving within 1 of round number 1. So currently, Messex and Raphael still going. But Messex with double the score of Rafael and is talking out loud, saying, "What am I doing?" Very good question. Oh Christ! Looks like we've got some technical issues, but finally, I think Heps versus Bernie on the side stage will be starting in just a bit. So far, the longest match has been Luki and Arden, who are still enthralled in their battle. Currently, Arden at 2-0. But looking back to things actually on the stream, Messex at 403, Rafael at 248. So it's a dominating lead here for Messex, but Messex up high, gonna get a dirty Tetris. 427 for Messex, 251 for Rafael. So Messex slowly burning this down and is gonna get a Tetris to burn it down. Just a single away now. And it looks like from the side stage, just to confirm, Manta's typing. 466 for Messex, 272 for Rafael. Well, I didn't even know there was football going on. Why would you remind me of that? Alright, Arden has advanced to the next round, defeating Luki, and will be facing number 1 seed Dan in round number 1. And Aliwa gonna get the sweep over Odra and advance to the next round. Alright. Hopefully now I don't have to commentate while also Alright. So here we go. Manta, Dewey, the next match here. When Manta shows up. Where is Manta? Manta is somewhere. But either way, we still got a match going on. Rafael and Messex, currently 91,000 for Messex, 70,000 for Rafael. Oh, we see a Manta. Manta has appeared. Meanwhile, in the other game, Messex gonna get a dirty Tetris at 191. Rafael at 174. So, on the side stage between Heps and Bernie, Bernie had an early top out on game number 1. Heps going up 1-0. Yes, I know there's no sound. Don't worry. It was just a bit weird because Luki was playing, and so the only person who had any idea as to what matches were supposed to go on was me, who was also trying to commentate 2 matches at once. So it got a little bit messy there for a second. But hopefully, Luki, thankfully, has been knocked out. So he's ready and available to hopefully keep an overview. Messex is up high, but 2 good singles, and is just gonna go for the dirty Tetris. Takes a good triple though. 281,000 for Messex, 235,000 for Rafael. So Manta and Dewey, I think, is about to start. Manta, Austrian roller, one of the 4 Austrian qualifiers who came here to the Austrian event, full of not Austrian people. But isn't that wonderful? 387 for Messex, 260,000 for Rafael. Messex has gotten into situations a lot, it feels like, in these 2 games, but they've just still kept scoring. So, decent score. 432 for Messex, 268 for Rafael. Then I guess you're rioting, Pumpy, because Alright, and it looks like yes, Heps has taken game number 3 against Bernie. Alright, so we have transitioned here at the top game, 586 for Messex. Messex has been playing on row 25, so if you're wondering why there's a huge discrepancy in lines, that's why. Neither of the players are pushing down, it's just that Messex just billing to the sky. And just now, Raphael has transitioned at 354. Messex with the Tetris goes up to 639. And this is looking like a very good game here from Messex. Already 300,000 points ahead. Is a full 2 levels ahead, but you're not getting 200,000, 300,000 over 2 levels. Oh my god, dirty Tetris there from Essex. Currently at 756. 406,000 here for Raphael's. Putting in a good fight, you know, just staying alive here, but Messex is just trying to win this game by level 25. 820 here for Messex, 435 for Raphael. You would be fully justified in thinking that this is completely over already. Manta right there surviving a not so great situation. 118 for Manta with the touch goes up to 142. DOE at 195. Manta, one of the 3 max outers we have in this country. DOE 1.2 player. And then, yeah, Messex is just going crazy. Can 1.1 into 29 here. A31 here from Essex. Gets a Tetris, A66. And Raphael's going to top out at 543. Messex with a 1.1 into kill screen. Going to take game number 2. Messex just said that they are nervous as something. We're on classic Tetris. Can't be swearing. It's not okay. 322 for DOE. Manta at 284. This is and DOE does have a lead and is also behind in lines. But it's definitely not out of reach for either player right here. Manta, though, does need to start burning this out. Could have taken a good triple there, but takes a bunch of singles. Is I think was thinking of going for the dirty Tetris, but thinks better of it eventually. So 69,000 for Messex, 70,000 for Raphael here at the top. This is 1 game away from Messex to advance to the next round. Manta has a hole on his board, so if he does get the bar, this will only be a triple. But now is Tetris ready. 1 off the bottom. So Messick's at 101, Raphael at 97,000, Dewey at 473, Manta at 429. And Manta's going to transition there at 429. Dewey still has a couple of things. Oh, Raphael has topped out at 98,000, so Messick's with a sweep, advancing to round number 2. So currently on the side stage, Dan V taking game number 1 against Arden. And so far we have 2 players already in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals, Messick's and Heps. But right now this is starting to heat up here. Level 21, 566 for Manta, 560 for Dewey. Dewey at 567, Manta at 597. This is hard to tell really who's ahead. I guess it is Dewey by a couple of lines. But any sort of burning can change that immediately. Oh, Dewey tops out at 600,000, so Manta, rope-a-dope, was behind most of the game, but stayed in it. And in the end outlasts Dewey, and is going to take game number 1. And it looks like we are setting up Mark versus SV here in round number 1, which, in terms of name values, definitely pretty hot match here for round number 1. SV Masters winner. And we just well, he went somewhere. Something that's interesting about Dewey, he has his controller literally glued to a book. He doesn't just play on a book, it's literally glued to it. Yeah, SV was supposed to qualify at 11 a.m., but he showed up at 10 a.m., and then he just qualified at 10 a.m. He's like, I didn't even want to qualify at 10 a.m. I was like, well, why did you? And he's like, well, I guess everybody just assumed that I was going to qual at 10 a.m. because I was there at 10 a.m. So he didn't have the best quals for his standards. There you go. Game number 2 at the bottom, Dewey and Manta starting here. Manta, the great Austrian hope. One of us is already down. Luki's already been eliminated. So we shall see if Manta can avoid the same fate. It's not that much to say currently about the game here at the bottom. Both players just starting off solidly. Oh, I was looking for some updates, but just as I turn away. Oi, double tuck there for Manta. It looked fancy, and I think it may have helped. If he got a square, if he got 2 squares there, it would have been perfect. But he's going to solve it either way. Good long bar there for Manta, burning it down. 102 for Manta. You can hear the subway going. 146 for Dewey. And it looks like Mark and SV are about to start, just setting up the seat and all. 130 for Manta, 147 for Dewey. Oh, I just noticed you can actually see Dan and Arden play. And I think there was a top out in that game. Just waiting for a confirmation, but I believe Dan has just gone up 2-0 against Arden. So the number 1 seed so far. Yep, Dan V taking game number 2. So for the number 1 seed here in Vienna, flawless. Definitely does not. After the qual Dan had, definitely does not want to have any hurdles here early on in the tournament. It's going to ramp up with the quality of players eventually, if he does get there, but for now, seems to be cruising. Again, here at the bottom game, very even. 315 for Manta, 321 for Dewey. It looks like, yeah, Sidnev has taken game number 1 against Yelena. So 1-0 now for Sidnev on the side stage. 362 for Manta, 353 here for Dewey. Mark and SV here starting off. Still relatively even here. Mark might be looking at burning it down there with a dirty Tetris, very nicely done. Perfectly burns it down. 174 for Mark and 183 for SV. So right now, SV, oh, nicely done there by Mark. It's about a 1 Tetris lead here for SV, although he is 5 lines ahead. So for all intents and purposes, it's neck and neck here at the top. After being mostly even here most of the game, Manta starting to build up a lead. Currently ahead by 2 Tetrises. Is going to get a Tetris there, but so does Dewey. 482 here for Manta, 431 for Dewey. If anybody wants a ridiculous fact that doesn't actually sound real, but it actually is. The only 2 players to have played in CTWC 2019, 20, 21, and 22 are Mark, who we see at the top left, and Scott Bozo. Fun fact. SV, what can be said about SV? Came second in the UK Championship, came second in the European Championship, and then defied all the odds and defeated the entire gauntlet of the top Classic Tetris players when he won Masters just a couple of months ago. Currently SV in a bit of a lead, but anyone's game still. At the bottom, both players have transitioned. Manta, though, left side, not looking too great, has decided to just put a J there on the right side, on the left side, sorry. And Manta trying to burn this down. Gets a bar over to the left side. Is ahead of Dewey by about a Tetris. But Dewey's got a perfectly clean board while Manta is still probably going to have to go through at least a level of burning here. He's gonna get a Tetris into 22. Both players into 22. And right now, Dewey still trailing by, but only slightly, and with a much cleaner board. So right now, advantage to Dewey. Manta still embroiled in the Stig. Burning it down. 639 for Manta, 684 for Dewey. Oh Christ, Manta might just be going for a dirty Tetris, but now this left side is a problem. Burns it out. Now the dirty Tetris ready. Manta with a dirty Tetris, 680. And Dewey at 749. So during all that burning, Dewey has taken the lead, but Manta able to cut it down a little bit by getting those dirty Tetrises. So 786 here for Dewey, 720 for Manta. Manta just has no interest in returning to the right well. It's just keeping it up with these dirty Tetrises. 754. And Dewey now in just a tiny bit of danger. Can't really call it danger compared to what Manta's been doing. But we are getting to level 29. This one is Manta. This kid, bro. Manta's Austrian. Oh Christ! Mark is topped out. 500,000. So SV gonna be taking game number 1. Manta is gonna need both those Tetris to even catch up to Dewey. So if Dewey gets one more Tetris, now Manta needs something on 29. So it was blow for blow battle here on post transition, but it looks like Dewey has just edged it out. But we shall see how 29 goes. Manta has transitioned. Manta gets the L piece over. And Manta, Manta's gonna top out at 829. Looked good there for a second, but Dewey gonna be taking game number 2 and leveling up the set. So we have some updates. So it looks like it is currently 1-1 between Sidnev and Yelena. Sidnev with an early top out. And Dan V has taken out Arden, so the number 1 seed advancing to the next round. If I can quickly update this bracket, I can maybe spare a second to show it. We do have 4 matches going on at once at any time, so oh, just as we come back, Mark tops out. Wait a second. Wait a second. Right, apologies for that. I think I just updated the wrong score, that's what happened. It's 2-0 to SV now. And it is 1-1 between Manta and Dewey. Yeah. After an intense game number 2, early top out here for Dewey. It's a very strange weather situation because it is very cold outside, but inside it is scorching hot. Alright, so currently Mark up high, but should be okay. Gonna take a single right there and perfectly burns out the left side. But of course, because he's Mark and he's a roller, he's now going for a dirty Tetris. Let's see if Mark gets it, reopens it. Oh, of course the bar comes just as he covers it up. But taking a single, there's the dirty Tetris from Mark. Was it worth it? Who knows? But he is ahead. 125 for Mark, 75,000 for SV. So 80,000 points here for Manta, but Manta's in huge danger. Could be looking at a traded early top out, but it looks like Manta's gonna survive for now, just burning it down. Not the best of boards. It was a good L piece there for the left side to at least clean it up, but a misdrop there for Manta. Manta getting a bar over to the right side. Manta 115 for Manta and 192 for Dewey. Dewey with a very clean board. Manta already behind by 80,000 points and in a mess. So 150 for Manta, 243 for Dewey. Decider. What do you mean this? Pumpy, the scores are correct. There is no decider. I've already messed up the scores once, so don't be doing that to me. 254 here for SV. Mark is actually ahead. It looks like this is a bit of a suffer game here for both players. They are playing same seeds. Oh, the shirt. Where? Oh, do you mean Gunter's shirt? Oh, Gunter's shirt definitely is not a decider. Oh, I think... Oh, by the white... Oh, the person with the white shirt. Oh, all makes sense. Dewey with over 100,000 point lead, but Manta has cleaned it up finally. And in the first game in which Manta took, he just managed to survive, to outlast Dewey, despite being behind by most of it. It's 90,000 points right now, but Dewey now is going to have to give up a couple of lines. The S&Z didn't really effectively burn it down that much. So it's still going to be a couple of lines here for Dewey, at least, until he's clean. Manta, meanwhile, getting a couple of Tetrises, but Dewey, with the TP, is going to take a single. And Dewey with the Tetris goes up to 424. Manta with the Tetris goes up to 355. So Manta was able to cut down the lead by at least one Tetris. And right now, both are just clean. We have a transition here at the top game. Marks fighting for his tournament life. Currently at 450. SV with a slight advantage here at transition at 477. So Tetris for SV goes up to 504. Mark at 454. There you go. So in the end, it is very close games here. And Mark has topped out, so SV has advanced to the next round. So what you're witnessing here at the bottom is the anomaly of every match that has happened so far. Not a sweep. Yeah. Oh my Christ. I've just looked over at the bracket and we've got Heps versus SV. We've got Heps versus SV. Oh Christ, Manta tops out at 567, so we've got a decider here in round number 1. Dewey and Manta. In none of the games, you've really had the feeling that one player is that much better than the other. It's been very even. So I am incredibly excited to see what's going to happen here. In fact, because we can't move on with the other matches, or can we? No, it looks like... Alright, it looks like Aliwa and... Adam MTS, DAS World Champion, entering the stage, taking on another one of the hometown heroes, Aliwa. But as they're setting up, we've got a decider here at the bottom. Dewey and Manta. Manta starting off with an L dependency. L dependencies are tough, because if you play the Tetris enough, you can swear that L's never show up and J's always show up. By the way, Manta's gonna resolve it. Tetris here for both players. lost. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. I messed it up. Ali was on the left side. Adam's on the right side. What? A strange man. So right now, about a 3 Tetris lead here for Dewey. Manta building up a Lombard dependency on the left side. Decides to take the Tetris before, but misdrop there of the square piece. Oh, tough misdrop there. Manta tops out at 177. A heartbreaking end. Dewey. In the first match that went beyond 3 games. In a very intense affair, Dewey. There you go. So this is the bracket. We've got 2 out of the 4 quarterfinals set up. Dan V against Dewey. Heps versus SV. Messex awaiting the winner of Adam and Aliwa. And Sidnev awaiting the winner of yours truly and Gunter. Now, because I actually have to play now, looks like I will be replaced by the lovely Lukey, who's coming in right now. We have a very small corner where it's very hard to get in, but I'm handing him the headset now. Simpel. Das Einzige, was du verändern musst, ist Score Bottom ist hier, Score Top ist da, Playername halt abhängig davon.
Kannst du das noch schnell verändern auf Tugi?
Gunter, which one do you want to sit at? I don't care. I couldn't care less. Then okay, yeah, sit on the left one.
Ja. Mach mal. Hello everybody, can you hear me loud and clear? So it looks like Adam versus Oliver has just started, which is one of the last 2 games in round 1. I'm a bit too loud. I can lower the volume a little bit. Yeah, that win by Dewey was POC. Really close match. Unfortunate hang in the decider, but up until that, So we're so Gunter and Tugi have both been very busy um, with commentating, so they'll take a very short break and then they'll finish up round one. Yeah, well, they'll start playing very soon, I guess. Tugi seems to be ready. Gunter also. In the meantime, we see Adam having small problems while Eliver is clean. Nein, es ist Tugi, wie kann ich dieses 0-0 verändern, den Stand verändern?
So einfach draufklicken.
Ja?
Nein, einfach da unten klicken, weil ich habe das da gelockt, das ist nicht
Ja, klar.
unabsichtlich.
Wo muss ich draufklicken?
Score bottom, score top. Einfach da, einfach hier. Kannst du es einfach einstellen.
Großartig, danke. Okay. So, Adam seems to be catching up a bit. We're still in the early goings, and with that caliber of player, we expect this to be decided on 19 speeds. Yeah, true. Adam never has any problems. Well, we expect both players to only decide on 18, like who's in the lead, and then the decision of this game will definitely be made on 19 speeds. 18 top outs, very rarely seen by players of the caliber of Olivia and Adam. So Adam still burning a bit. Ooh, very aggressive setup, but gets it. Pays off. Oliver still in the lead. Yeah. So far, all the top seeds have qualified. So it seems to be seeds 1 to 8, maybe able to play the top 8. But Gunter and Oliver trying to have a say about that. Maybe get in a surprise. So far, so good for Oliver. She's increasing her lead. Yeah, Tugi versus Gunter are warming up, and as soon as they're ready, they'll start playing. Manta, du übernimmst das, gell? Perfekt, ich hol mir dann auch langsam ein Bier. Aber weißt du was, kannst du mir ein Bier noch checken? Oder irgendwem sagen, dass mir ein Bier checken soll? Ja. Okay, so we're closing in on transition. Eliva with the 500k transition almost, while 430,000 for Adam. Pretty close, but advantage Eliva. Nice tuck. Is a bit high up. Eliva needs a long bar now. Oh no. Oh no, and Eliva tops out, and this is a short chase down for Adam, who immediately burns down and plays it safe. Let's see if he will even go for Tetrises. Yeah, drought on 19 can be really tough with this. But Adam managing it perfectly, plays it, lines it out. Not even thinking about going for a Tetris. He needs 20,000 more points. Steadily going. And with this double, gets even closer. Ooh, seems to be going, yeah. Another double, 3,000 more points will do it. In the meantime, Tugi and Gunter are ready, choosing their seats for their game, and Adam has completed the chase down through line out, and it's 1-0 for Adam. There we go. So 3-1 Tetris is played on the top, and also on the bottom we're finally ready. Tugi and Gunter both playing and organizing at the same time. There we go. Adam with some delayed tucks, what people call it here. Let's see if he goes for the dirty. No, he'll burn it down. So an early lead for Eliva. Early goings here. Nice adjustment by Tugi. So on the comms is Luki or Luki Deluxe. I'm commentating at the moment since Tugi is busy playing. Maybe I'll even commentate a little bit more. So some tuck setups by Tugi. Continues to set up for a T now. Doesn't get it. Ooh, and solves it with a spin. Nicely done. We're seeing all DAS players at the moment here. Some of the best DAS players in the world. In the CTWC DAS, Tugi was 3rd place or 4th place, and Adam won. So definitely high level DAS that we're seeing here. Eliva also burning a bit, giving Adam a chance to catch up. Dirty Tetris here by Gunter, nice. Ooh, and a misdrop. That will cost him serious, at least pace. But it's Not easy to get out of there. He needs a long bar soon. Or something to burn. Oh, the long bar comes like always one piece too late. Ooh, super dirty triple. Ooh, still not out of trouble. Working hard. And now finally seems to be out of the biggest danger. But was that a misdrop? He managed it very well and now is almost safe. In the meantime, Eliva has a pretty big lead of 70,000 points. Yeah, you see a lot of people in the background. The guy in the beanie in the background is SV practicing. That's because we don't like here we are so few people that everybody looks at the screens. So you can see all the players, but also everyone in the background. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the top 8. We're not gonna play any matches off stream now since we're doing very well in the timetable. Lots of matches went pretty fast. Counter continuing to burn a bit, while Tugi amasses a massive lead. Now has 2 long bar dependencies though. Fills one, and the other one burning down. A smart thing to do with that lead. They're closing in on transition, as is the game on the top. Let's see if we get quadruple kill screens, which is still a kill screen since all of those players are DAS players. Adam Tetris ready. Well, Ellie has some cleanup to do. And she transitions with 517. Well, Adam will transition with 450. Nice. Adam playing conservatively here. Setting up for the Tetris. Eliva needs to clean up a bit. Ooh, she's setting up dirty. Oh no, she's high up. That square will help too. Where is the long bar? She needs it. Gets it though. This time no drought in an unfavorable moment. Has to get out of danger. Not insurmountable, but tough spot. Ooh, can't get anything to the left. Ooh, just gets it. And burns down to safety. In the meantime, Gunter in some trouble. Still survivable. Man, the SR19 is super exciting. Gunter in deep trouble. Ooh, I don't think he'll survive that. Yeah, that's it. So Tugi takes game 1. In the meantime, Adam high up. Ooh, even with his dash control, he needs. Oh wow, what a quick tap. But still in a lot of trouble. Can he get something to the left? No, he cannot. And Eliva takes the game. Double win for Austria. The hometown heroes Tugi and Eliva both at the same time take a point. And Eliva ties it up at 1-all. This is very exciting. Let's see who's gonna come up on top. It would be a huge upset, of course, if Eliva were able to take down Adam. early goings in both games. Yeah, of course it would be an upset. Adam qualified with 2 max outs and a 900,000 kicker, while Eliva had, let me quickly go over to qualifying results for a second. Yeah, Eliva had 700k. That's like, yeah, very, very different qual results. But Eliva is managing just fine. They're so happy to see this high level Tetris here in Vienna for the first time. We went to organize a tournament. Eliva still going strong. Yeah, that's the beauty of DAS. As soon as you have a lead, it's 19. Even for the best DAS players, it's not trivial to win a game. Nice burns for Eliva. And there we go, neck and neck on top. While on the bottom, 2G has amassed a 40,000 point lead. Both games again. True. True, that's a very strong pace by 2G. The qual was really exciting, by the way, with Dan V absolutely destroying it with 6 max outs. The second best player was Heps with 3 max outs. SV with just 2, getting to 7th seed. Tugi continuing on a very hot pace. Finally burning. But also strong game by Gunter. 400,000 at 100 lines. Also not too shabby. Very neck and neck on top. So center well now by Adam. Perfect, well transferred. That's a beauty. Nice double tuck by Adam. Look at that. Ooh, and Tugi with some dependencies up high. He is playing DAS, but burns down to safety like it is nothing. Right before transitions, that's what you call aggression. So with this double, he gets very close to a 600k transition. If he gets the Tetris, this will be a 600k. Oh, Sorry. Hattest du einen Top-Out? Oh no. Aber nicht wegen mir, oder? Okay. Ich glaube, es ist nur der Bildschirm. Dann sollte ja das Kabel machen. Ja, super, großartig. Das war nur schwarz. Okay, sorry. My screen went blank, but luckily the stream did not. Tugi got hit by a drought, the same one that Gunter died from. So let's go to the score on the bottom, and it's 2-0 for Tugi. In the meantime, on the top, Adam is in front in this game. Couple thousand points difference. Almost evens up the score. And with this long bar, back in a one Tetris lead is Adam, but Eliva is keeping the aggression. And Adam takes a safety burn. Eliva with the triple. Now 40,000 points behind. Needs to play aggressive now. Small misdrop. Oh, she'll have to burn a bit while Adam is still clean. Will he run away with this now? Eliva has to hope for some problems on Adam's side. So left well now, but Eliva does not go dirty left well. Oh, and a tough hang for Eliva. She might be able to survive this. Ooh, the long bar comes one too late. Can she do anything there? Oh, that looks tough. No. Strong game by Eliva, but Adam takes it 2-1. Adam playing some 29 here with Bass. Gets a couple of lines. So on the bottom we have 50 lines. Tui again in the lead with like 70,000 points. Boom, Tetris for Gunter. Closing the gap. Tugi with a nice T-tuck. Keeps his board in perfect shape. And now Eliva needs to win to survive. Go to the decider. Tugi continuing his strong showing so far. Has not dropped the game yet. And doesn't want to this time either. Tugi was also able to do a strong wall with 300 with 2 max outs. Tugi a bit high up, but a few burns will take the stack down again and keep it clean. Counter rather high up. Let's see if he's in trouble or if he's gonna get out of it. He is gonna get out of it rather easily. Tugi open for business and bang Tetris. Tugi starting a nice box tower. Setting up some more tucks. And transitions with 480,000, while Gunter not far behind with 430,000 also has transitioned. On the top, Adam has a slight lead, but we'll keep our eyes on the bottom as Tugi is trying to close down this sweep, gets a Tetris. And bang Tetris for Gunter, but they'll need to keep going or hope for a top out by Tugi. So Tugi running a bit away at the moment with no less than 140,000 points lead. Tugi continuing to aggressively go for Tetrises, stacking high on row 9, even though he's playing Das. That's no problem with him. We love all this Das action here. And Gunter with a tough board, but it still looks somewhat manageable if he gets the right pieces though. That longbow will help, he needs another one. Oof! Really tough places, but that O will help. Need something for the left. Can he get it? Oh, this looks tough. I think we have a sweep completed. And congratulations, Tugi is in the top 8. Oh, no, sorry. That's Adam. Score on the bottom. Tugi sweeps. Nice. A good top 8 would have. Okay, after reporting this, now let's go to the transition of Eliva versus Adam. See if Eliva can clean this up before the transition hits. She's behind by almost, yeah, transitions with 100,000 points behind, but transitions cleanly. Good dash control by her. Ready for a Tetris. She'll need to play aggressive now. That doesn't play into her hands. Gets this Tetris though. And even Adam could top out at any point. Ready, waiting for the bar. Gets the tuck. Ooh, that was an aggressive setup. Really playing aggressive now, but able to control it. Where is the bar when you need it? There it finally is. Tetris for Eliva. But now she's even more behind than 100,000 points. Pretty much exactly 100,000 points. Another Tetris for Eliva, but also a Tetris for Adam. They keep the same lead. Adam continuing with a little bit of burning, but so is Eliva. So the score does not change here. Eliva with an aggressive setup. Burns down and gets the Tetris. Closes the gap a little bit. Adam with the Tetris. Eliva still going strong. Gets another Tetris. Ooh, and a hang by Eliva. That might be costly. She needs a long bar and gets it over though. Game not over yet, but that will not help. And that's just a triple. Oliver not with the right pieces here. Cleans it up while Adam continues to score. It's 150,000 in the lead. Now this might be really, really tough. Adam basically needs to top out right now for Oliver to even have a chance. Adam with another Tetris might put this out of reach for Oliver, who gets another Tetris. And Oliver going to continue the strong showing, but Adam seems to have been too strong for her this time. Adam, will he get the max out? I think just about will not get there. But almost though. While Eliva tops out with 755,000. Congratulations. And that completes our top 8. None of the top 8 seeds have faltered. Sorry, can you go do a little with on this computer? Can you just play with the mouse a little bit? Okay, so let's report the score as well. Okay, dann machen wir jetzt.
Lässt du den Stream auf der Bracket? Und das ist kein Audio aus.
Okay, wie kann ich Audio aus hier?
Die auf 10.2.
Welcome back, everybody, to our top 8. We're really happy to have such a high quality top 8 here in Vienna. So we have some roller versus roller action with the amazingly exciting match SV against Habs. Habs with a very strong showing with 3 maxes in the qual, going to second seed, and SV with only 1 max out less, but because of the lack of a kicker is only on 7th seed. So that's how we get to this matchup. All players basically warming up on 29. Dan V with a super strong qual. He had 6 maxes. Dewey, the last contender left who did not have any max in the qual. He had a 900k game though, which got him 8th seed. And in a thriller, he took down Manta to get to the top 8. Okay. So, are all players ready and warmed up? Okay, Eliva, ready? Okay, I'm gonna count. All players, please get to the same seat. The 2 of you, just check yourselves if you have the same seat. You're good? Okay, I'm gonna commentate for you. Heps. Good game for all of you. Are you both ready? Are you ready too? Can we start simultaneously? Okay, so let's start the quarterfinals in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And it's always exciting for me to start with same piece sets to see the different styles of play, and the deviation is apparent right away. Habs and SV just told me that in CT UK they also played each other. Very strong showing from the UK here with SV, Habs and then V all in the top 8. Habs with a small miss drop. Yeah, we have lots of roller actions right now on screen. So Habs with a little bit of cleanup, but nothing to worry for a roller. SV with a couple of burns as well. SV rather, no, Habs rather high up, but still very survivable. But should not miss drop at this height anymore. Gets back to safety. Would like a long bar very much, but just burns it down. Smart move. As both players have kill screen capability, and a quite profound one, I might add. So let's see how much kill screen action we will be able to see here. Habs waiting for that long bar. And now still the pieces will not cooperate. He continues to burn. Almost clean again, and now he is clean, but he is 100,000 points behind now. Though a little bit of burning on SV's side, who has a long bar dependency, fills it out. And is now Tetris ready. Both players clean. And a 40,000 pounds lead. Players chatting a bit with each other while playing this high stakes game for the first ever Austrian Classic Tetris trophy. I myself went to the store yesterday to buy it. Yeah, Sidnev and Mesex are watching very closely. They're gonna play Tugi and Adam right after that. So we will see some roller versus DAS action after those matches. So Habs decided to not build up for 30 Tetris here. Burns down. And is now open for, I think, no, it's gonna be a triple. But now one row off the bottom. Tetris ready. Fills in the dependency. I think I mixed up with a couple of people here. I was looking at Dewey's screen and thought it was Habs. So many players here. Difficult to keep it straight who's who. So transitions here on the bottom. 500k plus for SV, while Habs is at 430,000 at the moment. So SV in the lead. Almost 100,000 point lead for SV. Though for rollers, this can be chased down easily. And then V with a top out at 700k, though he has a huge lead. Let's see if Masex, let's see if Dewey can chase this down. Dan V not topping out at Qual at all, it seems. But now he does so in the first game of the quarterfinals. SV with the Tetris, continuing their 80,000 point lead. And very high up is Dewey. Ooh, does he get the long bar? He gets it. He's a fast stepper, but can he survive this? Oh! And triple flips. And then V takes game one. In the meantime, a little bit of burning here for SV. Habs able to use it to close the gap a bit, but he has some burning to do off his own. Goes for the dirty Tetris, but burns down 2 pieces later. and is clean again. So is SV. SV is 81,000, while Habs is at 680,000. So the lead has grown quite significantly. SV looking good. Habs takes another Tetris and another Tetris to close the gap. We're coming close to kill screen. SV with one last Tetris with 900,000 into the kill screen. Habs with a couple of lines in hand to close the gap a little bit. And SV burning on the kill screen, not going for Tetrises. Habs only 100,000 points behind. We have a double kill screen. I really hope we set that up before the match, otherwise we might have a problem. Let's keep a look, but yeah, we'll definitely check that after this game whether it's set up properly. So SV going for the Tetris and gets it. Oh, and Habs, the 882,000 SV takes the game one. Guys, can you make sure that double kill screen it's on? Okay, nice. So double kill screen at 39. Our way of line capping is on. Okay, are both players ready? Have you adjusted the seat? Okay, so then let's start game 2 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. So let's give SV and Dan V their hearts. So it's 1-0 on the bottom and 1-0 on the top. SV with a very strong first game. And dirty Tetris here for SV. Both players neck and neck. Nothing much between them at the moment. By the way, just so the listeners know, I do like SV and Habs are sitting very close to me, so I'm basically commentating their game, so I'm concentrating more on it than on the other game. But like if something happens, of course I'll also commentate on the other game, but I'm just concentrating a bit more on those two. Oh man, did you see that macro adjustment from SV? Like on the middle of the screen, just moved the OPs all the way over. That's the power of rolling right there. Macro adjustments. Something that was not possible a very short time ago. Both players clean and playing strong. Yeah. So Richard is writing that 4-way is better with two commentators. I agree. The thing is, try setting that up like from a technical point of view. There is a commentator actually for um, for the other game, which is Eliva, who's standing behind them and a score updating. And yeah, just from a technical point of view, we did not uh, implement. Like, we're happy that we have this one player scene, to be honest. This one commentator. Yeah, so Habs with some small burns. Nothing major. Nothing much between them. Halfway to transition, or a little bit more. Misses the S-spin though. No big problem though. Simul Tetris for both players. While on the top, players have transitioned. Dewey actually in the lead this time against Dan V. Strong showing from him. Yeah, very strong game from Dewey. On the top, we're closing in on transition and two quick Tetrises for Heps. Slight lead for SV. Let's see at the line count. Yeah, SV is slightly ahead. So basically very even. In the meantime, on the top, Dan V has closed the gap a bit. DV still going strong though. He's tapping everything he's got. Dan V having to show the power of rolling to survive this. Needs a longbow though. It's not showing up. Will he top out again? Still got this. Transition on the bottom. Ooh. And suddenly I seem to have missed a bit of burning on Habs' side, because SV is quite a bit in the lead. 100,000 to be exact, at almost the same line count. And on the top, both players have survived, but Dan V is behind. Dewey seems to be getting his first max out of the night, since he didn't get it in qual. But if he continues this, yeah, he gets his first max out on 27. Very strong game by him. Waiting for the bar, going aggressive. Is rewarded. Can he get a last Tetris? Going dirty for the last Tetris, while Dan V is trying to chase it down on the kill screen, but does not seem to be able to. Very, very strong game by Dewey, who is actually going to game 2. On the bottom, we have Habs burning a bit and SV as well. But SV is quite a bit in the lead now. 700,000 for Habs, and almost at max out already is SV. He needs 1 or 2 more Tetrises. Ooh, but in a tough situation, needs some rolling, but doesn't get it. Top out score 968,000. 978 is what you need, Haps. I am not sure whether you'll need kill screen for that or not. It's burning down now. Needs the long bar. There you go. So 200,000 more points. Needs a long bar. Gets it. And his Tetris ready now. Waiting for the bar. There it is. Cutting down. Will help complete the chase down. So a little less than 100,000 points, but I don't think this will be able to be done without kill screen play, though Heps is very capable of that. Wants the last Tetris but doesn't get it. Gets one kill screen Tetris. Well, on kill screen he can definitely line it out. Waiting for the bar. Oh, it doesn't come. Can he get something to the left? Needs a bar. Oof. But very tough board. Gets it though. Oh. 10,000 points shy. Oh, super close, but unable to chase it down. Whew. That was a close one. (2-0) SV takes it with the strong pace. On the top, they've started game 3 now. Are you guys ready? You have the seed implemented? Okay. So game 3 will start in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Richard saying Habs warm-up is done. Now he's taking off his pullover. Let's see what he can do. SV with a huge tower of blocks, but gets the long bar over, no problem. Continuing to get O's when he does not want them. Having to burn a bit. This time it seems to be Haps who is taking an early lead. Dirty Tetris setup for SV. Gets it, sets up another one. Bar not showing. Sets up another. And another dirty Tetris for SV. Dirty double. And he's close to having burned down to the bottom. Finally clean again. And only 50,000 points behind, but a little bit ahead in lines. Habs taking his time, playing clean. Dewey again with a very strong transition score, it seems. Could get to 600,000. Dewey is battling with itchy nose. Yeah, we've all been there. Yeah, so 623 transition for Dewey, while Dan V is at 460. So over 140,000 points ahead. Can Rolling save Dan V, or will he go down 2-1? This would be quite an upset. Seeding wise, it seems like the streak of the top seeds is challenged here very much. Another misdrop by Dan V. Little bit of burning by Habs, shaking their head. Very high up. Oof. This is gonna be tough, and there's two hangs. Can he do anything about it? He's shaking his head. He cannot. And wait, SV, you still need some more points. One more Tetris might do it. Oh! Oh man, not concentrating. Will the bar show up? And this Tetris does it by 1,000 points. Woo! That was a close chase down. But SV takes down the number 2 seed. Gets an applause for it. Strong showing, Habs. Amazing chase down, coming just short. So now, who would Tugi, do you want to play, or should Adam play first? Okay, so then let's welcome to the stage Tugi versus Sidnev. Both players can warm up a bit. In the meantime, I'm gonna concentrate what's happening on the top. So Dewey with some burning. The NV able to close the gap a bit. Yeah, Tugi versus Sidnev, hype match. So in off screen you didn't see it. Sidnev played Daz on 18. Let's see if he continues. And Dewey tops out with a very strong pace. And then we takes game 3. Oof, that was a close on. He breathed a sigh of relief. Dewey really challenging the number 1 seed there. So let's change the player names here. We have Sidnev. I can keep the S. So there we go. And then on the other side we have Tugi. There we go. And let's go back here, and in the bracket let's confirm that SV upsets seeding wise Habs with a sweep. Continuing, he will be playing the winner of Sidnev versus Tugi. Okay. So Sidney Tugi, you're warming up a bit. No, you're there just ready to go. You have the seat ready? Yes, okay. Well then, let's start this quarterfinal match in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Will Sidnev have another match against SV? They've played against each other in the recent past numerous times. I myself saw them at CTEC in the finals. Also saw them in the finals of the Masters event recently. Though Tugi has something to say about that. Let's see if he gets the upside. And this allows this rivalry to have another match. So Sidnev this time starting out with rolling right away, not allowing Tsugi the advantage of starting out on Das. Both players giggling. Sidnev with a little bit of burning at the beginning here. Allowing Tugi to catch back up. Both players clean again. Sidnev with the slight lead. So on the top, Dewey again a little bit in the lead against Dan V. But they're a little bit above halfway to transition. Tugi again behind by one Tetris basically. Woo! Hang high up on top, gets the bar over, stays calm and collected. No reason to panic, at least not for Tugi. And seems to have it all back under control. Burning it all down. And Tugi's clean again. For other DAS players, that would have been a very thrilling survival. Tugi doesn't even raise an eyebrow. Tough pieces here. Dependencies everywhere you look for Tugi. But he keeps his board in check. And solves everything. Has a clean board again. And Tetris for Tugi, who is behind by like 2 Tetrises now. Though there is a little bit of cleanup to do for Sidnev. So basically we're neck and neck. On the top, Dewey has a high up transition. Let's see if he gets rattled by that or if he can keep his cool. Oh no, he does get rattled, and this will be the end of him unless Hebs fails this. Oh no, Hebs is already done. Unless then V fails this chase down. He could line it out but other than on 29, I've never seen a roller line out anything. Plays it very. Oh, and there you go. Then we takes the match 3-1. That was very exciting. Adam versus Messex, please. In the meantime, on the bottom, Tugi looking for a 400k transition. Will get it. Sidnev has a 500k transition, so he is in the lead. Tugi will have to keep up the aggression to have any chance. So Roller versus Das. Let's see what Das can do. Ooh! Hang high up for Tugi, who tops out. Sidnev takes game 1. Seed adjusted? Yeah. Okay, so game 2 ready. Game 2 will start in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. So, let's see on the top. 3-1. Very strong showing by Dewey, by the way. Very, very strong games. Dan V was too strong in the end, but... Ooh, look at that witz by Sidnev. Nicely done. Tetris ready, and boom, Tetris for Sidnev. Little bit of trash talking going on there between the two of them. Tugi not happy about the fact that Sidnev is doing vids in his country. Tugi, the last hope of Austria, still alive in this bracket. Tugi long bar dependent. Gets it and burns it down. So then V advances 3-1. Score submitted. Then V and SV are in the semifinals. Sidnev high up, nothing though that scares a roller. And there's a Tetris for a more comfortable playing field height. Tugi cleans up. Both players neck and neck. Sidnev maybe behind by 1 Tetris, but a couple of burns could change that very quickly. Ooh, Tugi with a misdrop or a vid setup, we don't know exactly. He uses the long bar somewhere else. First, ooh, and burns off the top. And takes this triple to be almost clean again. In the meantime, Sidnev clean though, taking the lead. Tugi burning it all the way down to the bottom. Oh no, he will go for... Let's see what he will go for. Yeah, one row off the bottom it seems. Tugi cramping up the aggression. Let's change the score on top and the player names. Oh, Messex and Adam have already started playing. Let me change the names. So sorry about that. Okay, so Messex versus Adam on top. Roller versus Daz on the bottom. Roller versus Daz on the top. Let's see what the rollers can do. Let's see if Daz can still keep up fighting. There we go. So now everything's set back up. Adam here. Does he go for... Yes, he does go for a dirty Tetris. Will the bar show up though? It does. Dirty Tetris for Adam. Down on the bottom we have transitioned and Tugi is rather high up, gets the Tetris though. Very strong. Ooh, and another hang will end game 2. Sidnif is already ahead and takes game 2 from Tugi. And does another witch just for show off before he tops out. Very nice, very nice. 2-0. There we go. Okay, both seats adjusted. Okay, so players ready in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Unfortunate hang again for Tugi. Let's see what he can do in game 3. Nice adjustment by Tugi. Gets the Tetris. Sidnif with his signature one pushed on point. That one pushed on point was pretty funny, by the way. In qual, Sidnif, no, SV qualified first, and Tugi made sure that he topped SV after SV only recorded 2 max outs and did not record any kicker. Tugi got a kicker of 1 pushed on point just to make sure he's ahead of SV. Ooh, Tugi with a tough board gets the dirty Tetris though. And is clean again. Ooh! I said that too early. Small misdrop, but nothing too fearsome. 2 burns will solve that. Maybe 3. And Tugi back up on top of things. In the meantime, Sidnev with a dirty Tetris here, keeping things clean. Oh, Messex topped out Adam with a chase down. He'll continue to line out as he always does on 19. Not risking anything. Neck on neck on the bottom. Tugi behind by 1 Tetris. Bang, simul Tetris on the bottom. Ooh, and Tugi with the bits. Setting up. Ooh, setting up aggressively here. With an Aki bar. Parody not the best on Tugi's side of the field. He is not afraid though. Takes this Tetris. And Adam still continuing the line out on the top. He needs 30,000 more points. Stubble will help. Perfectly employing the strategy of his line out skills that he trained a lot on Paul. He has plenty of time. Another double will get him even closer. And another double completes the chase down. Sidnev in the meantime still 1 Tetris ahead, so nothing much between him and Tugi on 18. And doing a couple of lines on the skill screen just to show what Daz can do. Gets an extra applause for it. Yeah, it's game 3 for Tugi versus Sidnev. The first 2 games Tugi did pretty strong, was pretty strong on 18, but topped out early on 19 both times. Let's see what he can do this time. Has an unfortunate longbow dependency at the beginning of 19. Gets the longbow though. Needs to burn down. Very strong transition, but Sidnev matches it. Ooh, for a moment he was dirty Tetris ready. Small misdrop. For Adam, right? Yes. So this time Tugi avoids the early top out so far, though he is quite a bit behind now. Sidnev looking as strong as ever, while Tugi is burning. Ooh. Difficult moves. Very skillful what Tugi is showing off here. Where is the long bar? Oh! And there's another hang. 3-0. A sweep by Sidnev. Sidnev, you can keep playing if you want to. Let's see a little bit of kill screen play. Ooh, he sets up a bit. Will this be the end? Tugi shot, hoping for a drought. Ooh. Oh, very aggressive moves here. Oh, oh! What is Sidnev doing? Yeah, he might not survive this. But what a strong showing by Sidnev here. He sweeps Tugi. Um, um, Sidnev and SV, we will. Where's this? We will not start your match before the other matches ended, but we will start it right after. Okay? So warm up whenever you feel like it. If you want to play on those TVs, you can choose wherever, right? But yeah, perfect. Das geht schon. Fix geht das. Ja, ja, du kannst die Halbfinale dann wieder kommentieren. Die möchte ich mir eher anschauen. Da glaube ich, setze ich. Ha? Yeah, so Tugi telling me that he will definitely want to commentate the classic between Sidnev and SV. They've played each other a couple of times on high stakes game lately. This time it will be in the semi-final of CTWC Vienna. Yeah. So we're setting up the two players. Yeah. Hello guys, thank you for pointing that out. Can you hear me again? Adam with a nice spin. Thank you very much. So, Massex here in a seemingly insurmountable lead for DAS player Adam. Looking like he'll take game 2 of this quarterfinal. Has a longbow dependency on the left though. He's almost at max out. He wants the last Tetris and gets the max out. Massex showing his rolling on the kill screen, though he is too high up. Adam, only one more Tetris available, and he gets it. 850,000. GG's 1-1. Massex taking a short pause. So we'll be continuing on 2-player stream from now on. The semifinals will be held on 1 game each. Let's check the schedule, but I think that should be possible. Both players are ready. Game 2 has started. Nice light spin by Adam. And we have a simul Tetris. Early goings here, no problems for either player. Massex shaking the head. Takes a triple and will play 1 row off the bottom. Tetris for Massex, evening out the score. Having to put some holes in his stack. Needs something for left, gets it. Some burning for Massex. This is the chance for Adam to open up a slight lead, but Massex is right clean again, does the Korean adjustment, very nice. And is swearing quite profoundly after not getting the longbow all the way over, but it's resolved rather quickly. Tetris for Adam. Still shocked as Massex, so nothing too much just happened. And will he burn it all the way down? He takes this moment Oh, but the pieces do not cooperate whatsoever. Wanted to solve that cleanly. Another slight misdrop will put Adam closer, since Massex is in the lead actually. Another dirty Tetris here for Massex, high up the board. Triple for Massex. And now Adam's still not in the lead. Massex dirty Tetrises. Keep it close. But he's high up on the board now. He needs something for the left. That misdrop is very tough one, and that's a top out. Tatum taking game 2. No, game 3. It's 2-1 already. Massex fighting for his tournament life here. That's a tough hang. Okay. Adam wins it all, is what Doodle predicts. Let's see if Massex lets him even win this match. But so far it's looking good for Adam, who wants to make sure it's not only rollers in the semifinals. Adam keeping his playfield nice and clean with some burns. Massex with a few holes, trying to stitch it up. Rather high up. Oh no. Very survivable for a roller, but no mistakes possible here. And he does not make any, but gets very unfavorable pieces. What are those pieces? But he handles it well. Survives, which is the most important thing. Does he hit the T-spin? He does! Very nicely done. And back down to safety and open for business. Where's the long bar? Big sigh of relief. That could have been it. And through all this burning, he's still in the lead, but he's 10 lines ahead, so Adam has the pace lead here. Rasnavor says, as an unbiased person, I want a DAS player to win. Well, that sounds very unbiased from you. But I guess, who is really unbiased? Rolling, you either love it or hate it. There is no in between. neck and neck still, but Messex playing that high up is ahead in lines. $100 lines. Okay, a little bit of burning here for Messex, but it's fine. He keeps his playfield clean, and he is in the lead now actually, though still ahead in lines, so on potential score they're pretty even. Adam shaking his head. Ooh, is this game getting to him? I've never seen Adam react to anything ever before. The stakes are as high as they can be. Ooh, Messex playing high up, getting a couple of Tetrises before, and transitioning with 480. Adam could still top this. So now the line increase will be even bigger for Messex since he's playing at a higher speed than Adam. Messex trying to set up here. Would have a perfect well transfer. Not anymore. He will transfer the well now. 100k ahead, but he is 2 whole levels ahead. So let's see what Adam can do. This is a calculating match now. 2 whole levels ahead is Messex. Ooh, and a small misstep for Adam. And score is basically even. So definitely advantage Adam here. But he's not a roller, so it's more difficult for him to score on 19. Messex needs to push this advantage to be able to push this to a decider. Yeah. Now after a little bit of burning, he does have a lead now. But he needs to keep scoring. Or hope that Adam does not. Very close match here. Very even. Adam closing the gap with the Tetris. He definitely has some room to play with Messex high up. Ooh, but Adam will top out and Messex takes it to a decider, breathing a sigh of relief. Woo! Yeah, Sydney swept Tugi, so let's change up the score. Two. Let's go for a decider. Sorry, I didn't put in the score. Sidnef 3, Tugi, unfortunately 0. Submit score, sorry. So SV and Sidnef are warming up on the side. Kriegst du die 2 Player-Szene dann auch dahin? Oder sollen sie sich dann rübersetzen? Wie geht's aus? Wie lange brauchst du dafür, das zu ändern? Okay, das heißt. Ja. Ja. Okay, in the meantime, game number 5 has started. We're down to decider. It's Roll versus Stas and Sidnef. And Massex did exactly what you need to do as a roller on 19. Keep scoring and hope that the DAS opponent will run into some trouble. Dirty Tetris here for Massex. Early small lead for Adam. He's already behind in lines again. But Massex definitely does have the advantage on 19. Very close matchup this. Very nice wall transfer for Massex. Lines are basically even now. One Tetris lead for Massex, who does, I think, misdrop a little bit up top, but a couple of tugs will do it, and now he just needs a long bar to resolve it, and he does instead of taking the Tetris. And a stack filled with dependencies. Not able to fill off them. Nice line spin from Massex, trying to set up Dirty here. Does so. Dirty Tetris. Line spin. T-spin, sorry. For Massex. And another dirty Tetris, and now he'll play one row off the bottom. Yeah, definitely the crowd is quite loud here, but you don't hear it too much. Massex is almost Tetris ready. Oh, nice double tuck. He's Tetris ready now. Waiting for the long bar. There he is. Boom, Tetris for Massex. Adam does have a small lead. Nothing too big though. Very close. And now Massex will drill back down to the bottom. Oh, he goes for a center well here. Let's see if the bar comes in an opportune time. Massex waited for... Oh! Look all the way this O went. And it transfers the well right back. Tetris ready is Massex. Well, Adam does have some burning. It's rather close to transition, so even Adam definitely wants to get this under control before transition is coming. He will have a couple of lines though. Oof, he's high up there. But who would ever worry about Adam? He does it like it's nothing, like it's routine, and for him it is. But he will transition with the next line. Rather high up. Oof, that was a tough one. Can he do anything? He can. Opens it up. Level 19. Wow. Oh my gosh, but that's too high, and Messex will make sure no other playstand than rolling is in Vienna in the top 4. Congratulations. Did you guys hear the crowd clapping? We'll actually go right to the match between SV and we'll go right to the match between SV and Sidnev now. Give us like 1 more minute to set everything up. So let's go over to this scene. Der Tugi wird jetzt übernehmen. Sie hier, Sie brauchen keinen extra. Soll der Tugi ein bisschen lauter reden, dass ihn alle hören? Yeah. You take a briefer, Messex.
Like it wasn't that intense, but like my nerves were filling in. Like I have a very bad nerve problem.
There will be no extra commentary now, so that you can hear to you, hopefully. So
the roller battles are on. Okay, ich habe schon ein bisschen umgeschaltet. Das war ja relativ gut beschriftet.
Maybe it's under.
Sobald du fertig bist, es wird jetzt nur noch den kommentieren, Tugi, ja?
Ja.
Hast du das eh auf mich gestellt?
Oh yeah. He got kicked out before the finish.
You gotta get like an audio. Showdown or what game? Showdown or not yet?
I haven't had enough money to come in. Yeah, I'm flat with the name. We didn't land until like 12:30. Yeah, we just drank a lot. And then
Like I felt like 180 for me.
Okay, everybody. So they change the shit. So can everybody pay what they could do so far? So just guys, don't forget whether you already used your 5 euro discount or not, right? If you haven't used it, you still know. Oh, we cannot use it now? No, we use it now.
Like right now.
You need to pay.
You can also use it later because no, I prefer to use it later. Like I want to be here, but like
Alles klar?
Hm?
Wann können wir starten?
Gib mir 2 Minuten.
Jetzt ist richtig spektakulär. Wahnsinn. Mesmerizing. Sorry, but you verstehe, was man
I don't know when that happened last. I know I have no game. I think so. I played best.
Yeah, it was like
yeah, I played really best. I wouldn't be surprised if I won it.
don't worry that I'm so mean. Yeah.
It'd be nice.
This is really masters.
No.
Best player.
When do we start? We have a break. Just look at this. This is annoying me. This is not the same size as this. Now it actually looks okay. But before it looked just slightly off. Yeah. And it's ST versus Sidnev, so it's gotta look good. Alright.
You don't need the coin, just stay with this place with the Okay. So for the top four, according there is like a trophy for the first 3 places, so we will just keep track of how many games you win and if
Not about play playoff.
yeah, no third place payout, but whoever performs better in the semi-final will get a trophy.
Okay.
Well, how you gave him just your score?
How many games you win, and then
Losing score.
Both wins the same as losing score.
Sorry, did you?
What are you looking for?
My cards.
If both win 2 games or both win 1 game, then it's both win like 0 games, then it's a combined losing score.
Oh, combined.
3 games.
Yeah.
War das mit den Zahlen zuerst klären? Warten wir, bis alle gezahlt haben? Oder? Ja.
Wir sind sehr gut in der Zeit.
Ja.
Sorry,
Ich
we're
sollte auch
waiting a
zahlen.
bit until people have until people pay. Because we really think this is a match people should be able to take time for.
You maxed in the match, right? Oh, you've done better than me then. What? My height is 9'7". Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got 1.1. Like, it wasn't a moment, even. Like, because I was like 4.
Oh, you got 1.1 already?
Yeah, I got 1.1.
I was like struggling, you know, if I come to the until kills me, so I make my time.
Don't worry,
It wasn't another then.
I'm not getting 1.1 against Pelican. I'm not getting 1.1 against Pelican. No, you're only 1.1. No, I'm 1. Keep close to this. Yeah, you're gonna play the master double. We're shitting around that.
Guys, but I have to say, it's a good bracket for you because at least one of you see the final. At least one of you see the final. You can direct to let's say there's the same person.
Oh shit, okay. What's up with me like putting in the race?
There's like one of the leaderboards that is black and white, right? We have like one warm up in black and white.
I want a beer as well, but I have to play.
Same. I got here.
Unless you give a bit more play, you can play for now.
Over. Let's say done. You take 1 beer and you're still eating.
Oh, word. Maybe let's. We don't know what's happening now. They will have like 25. Oh, we have like 15 of them. Are you okay already? No, I didn't get anything yet. I didn't buy everything. No, I haven't used it yet. Like, I want to get a beer. I want to try it. I don't want to bring it back. Like, oh shit.
Are you playing with advanced stars or something? Just amazing.
And I'm in the SPAL 19 series.
You know, yes.
Nobody remembers that.
Looking forward to that. So, guys, game 1 starts. Game 2 go, and game 3.
People cannot even see you play with them. They are so divided. They're like this big.
Nächstig sind wir fertig, sind wir bereit. All right. Hello. Welcome back. We're here. We're gonna start. We're gonna start with the bottom match. SV versus Sidnev. I just ran upstairs. I wanted to wait for a beer, but then there was a huge queue, and then I just asked Eliu. I just handed her 10 euros, like, please get me a beer, and then hopefully she'll get me one. No, I already got Eliu. Ja, ja, passt. Ich muss nur. Ich bin sehr unathletisch. Deswegen habe ich keinen Atem gerade. All right. We're here. SV versus Sidnev. What is turning into a classic European rivalry. Arguably the two best European players at the moment. Sidnev, the European champion, defeated SV in the finals to take home the European title. SV got his revenge in the Masters run that seemed to be written in the stars for Sidnev. SV flipped the script and got his revenge for his loss in Copenhagen and won the Masters event. And after everything, these two players meet once again on a cloudy day in Vienna, currently 6:02 p.m. Both of them top of their games. SV, the young challenger, was always known as a talented player, broke out with his big Masters victory. And Sidnev, known previously as the best European player, the best player to have never won Masters, the best player, da-da-da-da-da. Nowadays, many people consider Sidnev to be the best player in the world, full stop. So both of these players are warming up here. This is genuinely a miracle. This was supposed to be a small regional tournament. Have a bit of fun. Let's try and host a tournament in Vienna. All of a sudden, European superpowers have come to Vienna once again and are reigning supreme. Yes, I'm good to go. So the semi-final, SV and Sidnev. The way I've just built it up, you can imagine that most people expected this to be the final. SV had a strange qualifier where he dropped down to 7th seed. Sidnev, probably the odds-on favorite for this tournament and also to grab the number 1 seed, ended up getting the 2nd seed. And the way the bracket worked out, these two meet in the semis instead of the finals. the winner to face the winner of the next match, which will be Dan and Messex. Oh, danke. Achso, na, passt schon. Na, ich gehe. Ich werde es eh schon vergessen. Right. We are hosting this at the wonderful Respawn Bar, who have been very kind to us. And of course, it is a bar, which means people do drink, which means that people have fun. Boxy? You didn't hear Boxy.
Excuse me. Anybody know Julian?
Julian? Because there's one person who has played under the name of Julian.
We don't know who that should be.
Alright, looks like we're about to start. Are you two ready? Alright. Alright, best of luck to both players. The semi-final between SV and Sidnev. Gonna start in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Oh, nope, never mind. Okay, restart. Restart, restart. No, restart, restart, restart. Roll a new seed. Just roll a new seed. Right, we've got the predictions with the channel points. Alright, you two ready? Same seeds? Are you sure? Alright, let's try that again. Semi-final, SV versus Sidnev in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Hello, Heps, probably watching from home in the chat. So currently the channel points are rolling in, predicting Sidnev to be the heavy favorite. It is an ensemble of European Tetris players recently that have started to emerge, Sidnev being seen as the crowning jewel of this very strong generation of European players, coming about in the same time between all the players who have come here to Vienna. We've got a European champion, a UK champion, a DAS World champion, a Polish champion, they're the same person, and a Masters winner, all here. SV running into some troubles early on. Sidnev so far completely clean and flawless. 136 for Sidnev, 73,000 for SV, and SV tops out at 74,000. It's a shocking start there. And Sidnev gonna take game number 1. Ready? 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Right, a bit of a shocking start there for SV. Sometimes things just get out of control, especially when you're starting off a match, a big match, against your big rival. Sometimes you just have a false start. Let's see how SV bounces back. Sidnev creating a J dependency causes them to burn a couple of lines here at the beginning. SV is a Tetris ahead, but had a very strange mistrap of the L piece. It's trying to find a way to burn J piece is perfect. Now just a double away from being clean. $95,000 here for Sidnev, $76,000 here for SV. Sidnev here could use about 24 square pieces here with this left side. Decides to create the Lombard dependency and gets rewarded. Gonna get Tetris ready right there. Sidnev currently about 17,000 points ahead. Both players getting Tetrises. Sidnev able to score another one. SV with a nice tuck there of the T-piece. Both players are playing clean. So, unlike game one, it's just steady starts here. And as I say that, Sidnev... Sometimes Sidnev makes moves that look like misdrops, but I think in this case that was just a misdrop. And SV in some danger. J-piece would be perfect. Lombard could also do the trick. Z-piece is not what he needed in that situation. But Lombard there to fill the hole. And there should be not too much danger of topping out necessarily here for SV, but it's going to be quite a bit of burning here. Sidnev already 70,000 points ahead. And with a clean board, SV trying to find the efficient way to burn this down. Takes a double there with a square. T-piece would be great. S-piece kind of works. But a pair of T's is definitely great, especially followed by that bar. And SV is going to be clean. Decides to hold off on getting clean. And instead, adjusts nicely there for the dirty Tetris to get completely clean. Although knowing SV, I think he would have gone for it even if the bar wouldn't have come next. Lots of J's needed here for SV. Gets two of them. And his board is clean now. 242 here for SV. 354 for Sidnev. About 2/3 of the way now to level 19. Sidnev enjoying a 60,000 point lead. Gets another Tetris, but now has a pair of holes on their board. And decides to just build on top of it. Tetris ready now. On row 3, gonna get the Tetris. 425 for Sidnev, 333 for SV. SV, it's a decent double. But the Lombard is gonna be very helpful. And SV gonna get clean, gets a Tetris. 359 here for SV, 471 for Sidnev. Yes, when someone tops out, the deciding thing is score, full stop. Not who outlasts who. Sidnev here looking for a J piece. J is gonna come. Decides not to go for the S spin, but after the third S, basically forcing them. Thank you, Messix. 522 here for Sidnev. 369 for SV. It's not the cleanest of boards here for either player. And they're each 10 lines away from level 19. But SV there, nice Tetris, and is going to try and get another one. Good horizontal awareness there for SV. And if he can get a bar now, it could be a perfect wall transfer into level 19. 445 for SV into level 19. Sidnev already at 577. But is going to take a single into 19 and still has something of a mess. But in reality, it's just Sidnev building one row higher, which doesn't make much of a difference when you're as good as Sidnev. 603 here for Sidnev. 493 for SV. And knowing what a demon Sidnev is on post, this is not boding well here for SV. Already down one game after a shocking game one start. But SV is undoubtedly one of the best players in the world. And so far having a clean post. 598 here for SV. Sidnev with a 686. Left side didn't look too great there for Sidnev, but gets some good pieces to fill it out. Square piece is not what Sidnev was hoping for, but this is a good solve right there. Minimizing burns. Only takes 2 singles there to resolve that situation. Now the board that resulted wasn't too great, but in the end it's going to work out there with a T-spin. 745 for Sidnev, 685 for SV. Oh, Sidnev there with a misdrop, but nice solve there. Sidnev is either the fastest thinker in the world, or they did that intentionally. I don't know what it is. 807 there for Sidnev, 726 for SV. So SV is definitely hanging in here. Format of this tournament is 39 double kill screen. SV here gonna take a good double and good triple into a good double, and nicely solved there, but does lose quite a few lines when you're playing against Sidnev, who's 120,000 points ahead. It's not what you want to do. By the way, SV now into level 26 at 807. Sidnev at level 26 at 915. Sidnev with a Lombard dependency over to the left side, but is going to fill it out just in time. And SV here in some trouble. Nice adjustment there for SV. Keeping it clean. It's definitely looking like SV is going to need to pull something out here on post 29. It's a 100k lead here for Sidnev with the same amount of Tetrises available. Tetris there for SV. Both players are clean. AO2 now for Sidnev. And both players now looking for their final Tetrises, their final lines here before level 29. They're at the same point in the RNG. SV. Oh my god. SV has transitioned to level 29 at 970. Is now into level 30. Sidnev with a cleaner board. He's got the 1.1. Oh, and Sidnev started to get shaky that board, but still gets a Tetris to burn it down. But that left side is getting inaccessible. Gets a bar over to the right side, but Sidnev's done at 1.153. So it's a chase down here for SV. He's got until level 39 until the double kill screen appears. So it's not line outable. But there's a Tetris there for SV. 100k and a bit from this point. We'll let SV take the game, but some misdrops here for SV. Gets the bar over to the left side. Needs a 2 bottom for the left. Oh, doesn't get the bar over, and SV is done at A55, and Sidnev Sidnev gonna hold on there. Job was done going into 29, getting the 1.1. SV, great attempt, but it just got a little too messy. And now Sidnev, 3 match points to advance to the finals to avenge their loss against SV. Both ready? All right, game number 3 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. So Sidnev, obviously one of the best players in literally anything. 29, 18, 19. And that last game, it was the just nudging ahead of SV. They got the lead early on and just kept the hold of it for the entire way. And in the end, despite topping out earlier on post 29, built up enough of a lead to make it a real challenge for SV, and in the end, it was enough to hold on. Currently, both players are flawless. 3 Tetrises in. If you are just joining us and you're hearing this sound, this is that's the subway going. So Sidnev at 136, SV at 138. So just a slight 1 Tetris lead here for Sidnev to start us off. SV will know they can definitely challenge Sidnev here on the post 29. But they're definitely going to need to try and make it a more competitive game going into 29. Sidnev is, for good reason, considered currently by a good fraction of people to be the best player in the world. $250,000 here for Sidnev, 252,000 here for SV, so it's completely even here. Although Sidnev did get 1 Tetris ahead. But either way, not much to separate the two players. S's and Z's here for SV, but is able to handle it decently with how the board turned out. 275 for SV, needs a 2 bottom to unlock the well. And both players running into the same drought here. And Sidnev probably going to harm them more as they've been forced to build a Lombard dependency. Is going to get a Tetris right there. L piece there for a triple would have been what they wanted. Instead, it's a double into a single. Oh my god! SV there. His tournament life flashed before his eyes, but got the bar over. And right now it's Sidnev's turn to have a bit of a scare. But just slowly but surely burning this down. Bar's gonna come, but gonna be very helpful, but needs another bar here. And could only take a skim at best, but it's just gonna chuck a J piece in there and do it the old-fashioned way. 363 here for SV. 386 here for Sidnev. 90 lines in, basically nothing in it. $409 here for both players. SV is currently stacking on row 2. But absolutely is capable of maintaining high efficiency on it. Still not even 1,000 points in it right now. SV had a shocking early top it in game 1, and a very close game 2 there. But the circumstances don't matter. SV is 0-2 behind and needs this game to stay alive. Pair of good singles there for SV to keep the board clean. Tetris here for SV goes up to 526. Sidnev with a Tetris goes up to 547. This is looking like it's a pretty decent seed as both players are looking north of a 600k transition if they're able to get these last few Tetrises. Sidnev basically there already. SV 595. Sidnev got high, but reality it's not that big of a problem. Back-to-back Tetrises there for Sidnev to transition to level 19 at 640. SV gonna follow at 619. So Sidnev once again with the lead, but it's a much, much closer game going into level 19 compared to the previous one. Right now, not much in it. Both players just stacking for Tetrises. SV with a Tetris goes up to 669, gets another Tetris, goes up to 695. Almost the same line count and almost the same score. SV misses the line spin. At least I think that he was trying to go for a line spin. LRJ needed here for SV. Now is turned into a Lombard dependency, which is now turned into a covered up Lombard dependency. LP is needed here for SV, and it's going to work out. Gets a triple. Clean board now. 708 for SV. 759 for Sidnev. Sidnev trying to just nudge ahead. Less than a Tetris ahead. But SV had a T-spin set up. But as is so common, the T never came in time. So just had to take some burns. Tetris there for SV goes up to 769. Sidnev at 818. Tetris there for SV. Tetris for Sidnev. About a bit less than a 2 Tetris lead it was. Maybe closer to a 1 Tetris lead. 858 here for SV. Sidnev gets a Tetris, goes up to 909. So Sidnev just keeping their nose in front here. This is an absolutely solid post-transition game here for both players. Tetris for SV. Sidnev here has maxed out just before level 26. SV will probably have to settle for a 26 max out. But it is once again looking like level 29 will be the decider. Although SV has ended up with a Lombard dependency. Fortunately for him, doesn't have to wait around too long for it. But just like that, it's not like SV was in a huge dig, but Sidnev has just built up a 100k lead. 1.137 here for Sidnev. A29 for SV. SV needs this J piece. Now has built up a Lombard dependency here on the left side. Gets the bar over. So is going to be able to survive, but gave up some valuable Tetrises here, as Sidnev has been able to stay efficient. And once again, wants to take a huge lead here into post 29. SV is off and running on post 29. A88 here for SV. Sidnev already with a 1.2. C26 for Sidnev. SV with a Tetris gets the B. B28 here for SV, but had some misdrops. Still salvageable, but cannot afford any mistakes, and now needs to get something over to the left side. Gets the bar over, and then gets the S piece over. L piece right there. Gets the bar over once again. SV has cleaned it up. Sidnev is topped out at C42. So SV needs to get to C43 to take this game. Is set up for another Tetris. Waiting for the bar. Gets the bar. One more Tetris will definitely do it, but can definitely also just line this out. 3,000 more points needed. One more single. And Sidnev gonna be denied the sweep as SV rallies back, and this time able to complete the chase down. Sidnev did more in that game than the last game, but this time SV refused to go down and keeps the set going. What looked like maybe a quick affair may just have one more twist. So it's now 1-2. Ready? All right, game number 4 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And as people just witnessed something live, SV and Sidnev looked like it was the most normal thing in the world. They were straight ready for the next game. When you're this good, doing stuff like that is absolutely no surprise whatsoever. Sidnev here, yet to score a Tetris. I'll be honest, I've been looking a little more towards SV's side of the board in this game. So I haven't really seen what's gone wrong with Sidnev here. But Sidnev now in a lot of danger. Bar would be perfect. Gets the bar. So should stop with any crazy business happening. L piece is going to be helpful. By the way, Sidnev still yet to score a Tetris. Those are some nasty S pieces there for SV. But in this case, just decided to cut his losses and take the row 1 setup. Sidnev with her first Tetris of the game, 55,000 to SV's 146. SV has been able to score here, so it doesn't seem like it's the RNG. It just seemed like something went horribly wrong here for Sidnev. Start! Sidnev with a hang. This is a very awkward board. L piece is absolutely crucial and able to get the square tuck. So the things falling in place here for Sidnev. Still need something for the left side. J or Lombard. J shows up. And Sidnev gonna get the L piece. Still needs to take a single. Takes a single with the J piece. Now has a Lombard dependency reopen. It's not a dirty Tetris swell, but would really want the bar nonetheless. And oh! Sidnev tops out at 79,000. Misflips and then isn't able to react in time. And just like that, we've got a decider. All right, ready? All right, game number 5. The finale of SV and Sidnev in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. It looked all Sidnev there after the first 2 games. SV had a misstart in game number 1. Gave Sidnev a 1-0 advantage. And then after an incredible game there by Sidnev, built up way too much of a lead for SV to chase down in game number 2. It looked to be a similar story in game number 3 to finish off SV and move on into the finals. But in that game, SV answered all those questions and got the chase down to keep the set going. And then similar to game 1, he just had a false start. It was a very unfortunate misdrop that ended up killing Sidnev, but it was a strange start for them nonetheless. But looks like none of that funny business is going on here in game number 5 so far. Both players. Sidnev is flawless. SV has taken 3 burns. And both players looking clean. Sidnev there. LP's to the left side, gets a Tetris. Sidnev. Oh. Someone in the chat asking where that 1 point came to Sidnev. Sidnev is infamous for always being perfect with pushing down exactly 1 point. Which is actually harder than it sounds. To be able to do that every single time. Oh, Sidnev there. Got a little bit spicy. Has the lead for the moment. 234,000 for Sidnev, 218 for SV. But Sidnev is clean. Considering the line differential, it's a very slight lead here for Sidnev. But basically nothing to separate the two players. Next person to get into something of a situation will be at a disadvantage. Another Tetris here for SV. Couple thousand points in it. This is the Game 5 decider. Whoever wins moves on into the final. The opponent is yet to be decided. Just as a reminder, we've got Dan V versus Messex coming up after this to decide who will face the winner of this match. And both of those players are absolutely fantastic. So it's no slight against them by any means. But a lot of people definitely would have the feeling that any match these two are involved in could be a final. 386 here for Sidnev, 381 for SV. SV having a bit of an awkward board here. Yes, we are in Vienna. In the wonderful Respawn eSports bar in the 19th district, who were incredibly kind with accepting to host this tournament. And right now, it is so neck and neck. 500,000 to 578 of Sidnev. Now they're both at 500,000. There is basically nothing to separate these two players at the moment. They've each had one incredible game, which they won. And they've both had one shocking early top out each. So you can see why these two are considered the gold standard of European Tetris in 2023. 533 here for SV, 578 here for Sidnev. So it looks like Sidnev is going to just nudge ahead slightly as we move into the 19 speeds. 564 SV, 603 for Sidnev. Looks like both players are running into the same drought. Sidnev able to use the bar for a Tetris, which is the same story here for SV. 591 for SV, 662 for Sidnev. Sidnev slightly ahead in lines. So it is still a slight lead for Sidnev, but absolutely anyone's game still. Sidnev there with a Tetris. Does have a hole on their board, but gets the L piece for the perfect triple. Both players Tetris ready, waiting for some bars. Tetris for SV, Tetris for Sidnev. 673 for SV, 728 for Sidnev. Sidnev with a Tetris. Gets the good square piece there for a double. Oh, SV. Lombar and J piece, exactly what the doctor ordered. And another Lombard to fill in another dependency. Sidnev currently at 817. SV at 735. Weirdly enough, we haven't really seen it in this set, but Sidnev is absolute demon on post 29. And we have seen in this set what a demon SV can be on post 29. So it could come down to that, if not for this misdrop potentially. Gets the bar all the way over. But this is still cannot afford any mistakes whatsoever. One missed roll and the tournament is done. But there's a single to burn it down. SV surviving a minor scare, but Sidnev has somehow taken a minor scare and turned it into a 140,000 point lead. 846 here for SV, 952 for Sidnev. Sidnev with a hole on their board. But SV needs a bar, gets the bar. Both players being denied of scoring Tetrises on 26. Tetris for SV goes up to 888. Sidnev has reached the 1,000,000 point barrier. AO2 for Sidnev, 922 for SV. So it's once again on course for a Sidnev lead into the 29 transition. So we shall see if SV can take the game despite that. Sidnev has transitioned to level 29 at A81. SV can get one more Tetris. But it's just going to take the double. Knows it's not worth it. Just lining out a little bit. Both players off and underway. Sidnev was ready for a Tetris, but just covered up the well just as the bar came. Nice L piece over to the left side as Sidnev gets a Tetris. Sacrifices a bit of the board health to get it. But it's still at a height where you can survive it. SV with a Tetris of his own. A66 here for SV. B50 for Sidnev. SV getting the bar all the way over. Looks problematic, but SV can survive this, but I don't know if the same can be said for Sidnev. Needs a bar right about now, and Sidnev tops out at B54. SV needs B55 to move into the finals. The entire crowd has gotten silent as they watch SV play. Gets the bar over. Oh! The missed roll takes out SV, and Sidnev is our first finalist over here in Vienna. A matchup like this, when you see SV and Sidnev are about to face off, you think that can't fail. And once again, it has not. Sidnev may have been the overwhelming favorite and was able to get it. But in the end, it definitely ended up being a little more complicated than that. But Sidnev, after an absolute clash of titans, gonna be moving on to the fucking finals. Sorry for swearing. SV. There we have it. Number 3 seed of the day, Sitnev. Considered the odds-on favorite to win this tournament before it began. Faced off and got their revenge over SV for the January Masters Finals. And we can see here up top, Sitnev, as I've mentioned before, was considered the overwhelming favorite, but it was the reigning UK two-time back-to-back UK champion, Dan Vinke, who got the number 1 seed and got it quite convincingly. As we can see, only player with 6 max outs. Next closest was his countryman Heps with 3. But those 6 max outs weren't just 6 max outs. Dan was doing absolute insanity in that qualifier. Survived a bit of a scare against Dewey, but definitely put some respect on his name. But it is Dan V and Messex facing off.
Like WrestleMania is so that
Thank you. I can't even see like where to.
we will record the story for my Instagram. It's fucking good.
Okay, it works. Yeah.
Come here, bro. What you can barely see. Oh, please.
The video.
No, it's a video. Oh. Fucking ready for the semis? I'm gonna beat you up.
I'm sure you will.
I swear you two switched seats. Oh my god, why did you two switch seats? Now I have to change the names around. You know, sometimes I wonder what is wrong with players. I'm joking, obviously. So as we can see, Sitnev, after another chapter into the brilliant rivalry they have with SV, arguably the rivalry that represents European Tetris the best, and a nail-biting finish. Sitnev, first finalist, now awaiting the winner of Dan V and Messex. And both players are warming up. So we've got predictions here. And once again, we have an overwhelming favorite in Dan V. Dan V showed up today in all white. Bro looked like Doflamingo. Completely dripped out. Alright, guys. Get your final warm-ups in. Let's get the show on the road. Yeah. What? Yeah, well, you know. You're not SV and Sidnev. Yeah, you're pretty irrelevant. Kingsman says, so glad to see 12-year-old Dan Vinky make it out to the tournament. Sorry, I had to burp. Which makes you wonder, why did I mute my microphone if I was going to reveal the fact that I burped anyways? What does that say? I don't know. Is society better off for it? It's a very good question. You have to look at it from different perspectives, of course, but it's something that a lot of people think about.
I don't know if I'm ready. I don't give a shit. Let's wait.
I don't want to see that. I want to see you two hating each other. No, I want to see some physical. Alright, alright, alright. Is that a new seed?
Yeah, I just put one in.
Are you sure?
I press select. I just did it now.
Are you sure?
Do you want? I'll do it again.
Yeah, then do it again.
No, first another new seed.
If you were anyone else, I'd believe you.
Sorry, I'm playing orange.
Alright, bro. Yeah, okay, cool.
Bueno, que tiene que ganar un español el torneo de Austria. Me cago en Dios. Imagine we had like a 32 cap. Like he just get double hits for no level 32.
You just picked Tetris, you fuck. Sorry, I didn't actually swear. I didn't finish the word. Okay, ready? All right. Semifinal number 2 to find out who will play Sidnev in the finals. Dan V and Messex in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Hey, you want to switch places? Messex decided to stand up to show some awareness of the dangers of blood clots. Of course, when you sit too long, you can develop blood clots, and it can be not nice. But now is sat back down and is actually not talking. Oh, you can see what they were going for there. The spin into another spin, but unfortunately fails with the first hurdle. But shouldn't be too much complication here for Messex. Messex, one of the most notorious people in this community, and literally anti-adjusted. Literally had everything perfect, and then decided to adjust to make it bad. and is laughing about it, which is what you should do when you do stuff like that. But Messex is into some danger. 39,000 here for Messex. Messex! Oh, gets the Bartok, but gets the Bartok. Left side is still accessible. Gets the bar over. So this is very, very scary, but... Oh! Messex. Messex doesn't get the tuck in, but gets it all the way over to the left side. Needs something. Gets a couple of singles.
I was gonna go for it, but I'm not gonna do that.
My god. There you go, Messex with a dirty Tetris. Oh my god, okay, Messex hanging another bar, but just gets another bar and just puts it over to the left side. 86,000 here for Messex, 164 for Dan. But Messex used to be quite a fast tapper, but one of the players who switched to rolling and has definitely gotten very good with it. Like, jokes aside, whatever you want to say about Messex, Messex is an absolutely brilliant player, and they wouldn't be in a top 4 in a field as stacked as this if they weren't here. No, of course they weren't here. Oh my god, I sound like Biden. If they weren't good. Oh, Messex tried to go for a line spin when they could have literally just tucked it. But I respect it, you know. You want to go for the cool spin. Yes, you know, SE versus Sidnev did happen, and it was literally everything you would have expected from that matchup. 236 here for Messex, 298 for Dan. Despite Messex's shenanigans, it's actually still anyone's game. It's close to a 100,000 point lead here for Dan. Dan unfazed, just playing solid Tetris. 346 for Dan, 284 for Messex. If you're wondering, yes, this is actually CTWC Austria. And usually when you have a CTWC country event, you expect the semifinals to be full of people from that country. Well, every good European player decided to show up to this event, so that's why you got a semifinals with 2 British people, 1 Dutch person, and 1 Spaniard. Where in Austria is this? We are in Vienna, the 19th district, at the wonderful Respawn eSports bar. Alright, Messex into level 19 at 426. Dan has already surpassed that score and is going to do one better. Gets a Tetris 510 into level 19. Good adjustment there. Dan is very good at those adjustments. Oh, Messex hanging the square piece. Still has a few burn options available. Now takes a double, but has covered up the well. Left side should be low enough to not have it be too dramatic. But oh, speaking of drama, Messex going for this Tetris. Gets the Tetris 488 for Messex. 547 for Dan. Messex filling in another Lombard dependency. 498 for Messex, 552 for Dan. Tetris for Messick goes up to 529. Dan at 580. Dan's just been playing solid, able to just maintain this lead. As I say that, Dan hangs a bar. It's not high enough to make the next bar too complicated. Those hangs just do happen sometimes. Tetris there for Dan. 648 for Dan. 615 for Messick. Messick looking for lots of square pieces. What? If that was an adjustment by Messick, I love that. That was amazing. That was really good. It looks simple, but it really does take very good reaction time and does just make everything so much cleaner. Messick has taken the lead all of a sudden. It's actually neck and neck. 742 for Messick, 751 for Dan. We are looking at a photo finish here as we are fast approaching level 29. 753 for Dan, 774 for Messick. Oh, Dan is running into some issues. Held the lead for most of this game, but all of a sudden Messick rallying back and has taken the lead. And since we're this close to 29, now Dan has to mentally prepare for some sort of 29 magic. $811 here for Dan. 922 for Messick. So Messick here. One more Tetris available. Gonna transition into level 29 at 970. Dan has one more Tetris available at 849. So it has actually turned into a significant lead here, and Messick piling onto it with a Tetris into level 30. Over the 1,000,000 point mark. A11 here for Messick, but this left side now is burn it down. L piece is great. Another L piece is fantastic. A23 for Messick. Dan with a Tetris goes up to A00. Oh, and Messick running into some issues. Messick's board is falling apart. Dan needs 5,000 points. Doesn't get the bar over! Doesn't get the bar over! Oh my Christ. It felt like everything just happened within half a second. Messick topped out, Dan needed to chase down, and then hangs a bunch of pieces, and it's within 4,000 points, and Messick, despite being behind for what felt like most of that game, just stayed in it. Think of rope-a-dope. Just stay in it, and in the end, go crazy. And Messick squeaks across the line. All right. That is, look like complete control here for Dan, the favorite to take this match. But Messick's able to rally back and steal game one. Oh, so this is bothering me. Okay, got the seats? Ready? All right, game number 2 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. What? Messick got to the semifinals via a nail-biting match against Adam MTS, the DAS world champion. It was an intriguing matchup because, well, if you know Adam and you know Messex, you struggle to think of two people much more different. If you're hearing those Windows noises, I apologize. I don't know what's causing them right now. Shut up. Okay. 95,000 for Messex. 94,000 for Messex. Getting Hotmail. And the Hotmail doesn't exist, you lovely human being. Alright, this is classic Tetris. I need to behave myself. 108 here for Messex. 142 for Dan. Messex is probably hoping for an L piece to try and spin into that, make it a clean solve, but it's turned into a bigger mess than you really would have hoped. 136 for Messex. Ooh, missed the adjustment there for the dirty Tetris. Going square right as a default move was probably a better idea anyways. It's by no means a blunder. But this bit of messing about here for Messex has allowed Dan to take an early advantage. 282 here for Dan, who hangs a bar. And doesn't want to get the next one over just yet, but is going to take the Tetris first. And finally with the bar, is going to put it over to the left side. Not 309 here for Dan. 213 for Messex. Messex.
This looks like a modern stack.
Gonna get the T-spin into the Z-spin, which is gonna definitely help out with this board. Feels like Messex has been playing with unorthodox swells here for the majority of this game. And doesn't look like they're gonna stop just yet. Gets another Tetris. 267 for Messex. 338 for Dan. $70,000 lead here for Dan. And Dan with a much cleaner board. Messex has essentially had this garbage on their board for well over 50 lines, I think. Ooh, Messex really needs a bar. Does not need those S pieces. Able to handle them decently, or well enough to hold out for the bar. Oh, Messex. Oh, Messex gets the T-spin, but still hasn't opened up this Lombard dependency. Trying to burn it down. Gets it in. But all this burning is just allowing Dan to build up more and more of a lead. Dan currently at 438. Messex at 293. But Messex, they're going to burn. Might as well Tetris while burning. That's a Tetris. And Messex now just 14 lines away. $346 here for Messex. 508 for Dan. All right. Messex at 395. Dan at 532. Dan yet to transition and is a bit complicated, but slow enough that shouldn't be in any danger of topping out. 541 for Dan. 448 for Messex. Messex with another dirty Tetris, and looks like finally Messex returning home. I don't know. Messex after a very long time abroad messing about with dirty Tetrises, experimenting, has returned home. 511 for Messex, 552 for Dan. Dan is 1.5 levels behind as well. So definitely do keep this in mind. Dan with a much more advantageous See, I read country in the chat and then I just said much more advantageous country, which would be such a ridiculous statement to make. But what I was gonna say is a much more advantageous board. As it's about even, but Dan has, once again, 1.5 levels worth of lines in hand. 693 for Dan. 661 for Messex. Messex is from Spain. Dan's from the UK. So in the middle of 25 here for Messex at 724. Middle of 24 for Dan at 783. It was a slow down from Dan in the later levels of post that gave Messex the opportunity to play a great game and finish out with a win. It looks like Dan does not want to give them the same opportunity. Trying to just keep it up. Gets another Tetris. 878 for Dan. Messex a full level ahead at 827. This is best of 5, yes. Messex filling in the Lombard dependency. Good choice. But does lose one Tetris at least. Loses another Tetris with that burn. And Dan is just trying to put his foot down here in this game number 2. 979 here on 27. 884 into 29 here for Messex. So it's going to need to be something special here for Messex. This is actually still a survivable board. Messex trying their best, but it's not going to happen. Messex tops out at 896. Dan, too solid. 2-4 ahead. So Dan able to get game number 2. Ready 18?
Yeah, ready level 80. Yeah, ready 80.
Why are you acting like you have a choice?
We have a choice. Look at this.
No, you don't. What choice? What do you want to play? Level 80? Yeah, you can start on 80 and he can start on 18. You want to do that? No. No.
How much is it? Oh, fuck, true. There is like double skill screen.
Okay. Alright, game number 3. Both ready? Alright, game number 3. Alright, both players are ready. Game number 3 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Hello, I said Tetris.
Oh, fuck, okay.
That's a very interesting shirt there from Dan. if you look at it from far enough, I feel like you might see something that you probably don't want to see. If you're like really creative, I guess. 45,000 for Messex, 27,000 for Dan. Neither player is messing up hugely here at the beginning. Dan currently at 119, Messex at 121. Not really much in it so far. In fact, there's actually nothing in it. Oh, Messex missing the tuck. And right now, could be a bit scary here for Messex. Lombar is what they need. J-piece would have been great, just one piece earlier. Lombar not too bad. LRJ needed. Decides not to use the bar for the LRJ dependency. In that situation, it's hard to gauge whether it's a better move.
Sorry. It's the only thing I know how to do.
Essex at 145. Dan at 215.
Good point. They just gave me a really much. Anyway, no.
196 for Messex, 269 for Dan. So Dan once again building up an early lead here. Talked about Messex a little bit. Definitely a very, very strong player. And a player who's been around forever. Absolute veteran of the community. One way or another. Dan. Definitely not new to the community by any means, but hasn't been around as long as someone like Messex, by no means. But in that time period has achieved quite a lot. Back-to-back reigning UK champion. And had to defeat Richard in 1 year and SV in the next year. And the UK is an absolute hotbed of Tetris talent. So to come out of that tournament as the winner 2 years in a row tells you something about the quality of Dan. Also, CTWC top 16 player. Just had the misfortune of running into Eric that day. And wasn't able to continue the run any further. Another 5 and below there for Dan. 456 here for Dan, 383 for Messex. Messex looking for the perfect roof burn, but the S pieces decide to rear their ugly heads. L piece there for Messex, 412 for Messex, 501 for Dan. And over 160,000 points ahead, now 130,000 points ahead. Messex at 463, Dan at 593. So both players now into level 19. Messex at 534, Dan at 641. So maintaining this 100,000 point lead here is Dan. Both players running into the same drought. Messex's board looking slightly more equipped to deal with it. Although those are some good burns here for Dan. Both players still waiting for the bar. Messex gets it right there. And Dan gonna follow suit. 679 for Dan. Messex at 595. Dan ending up with a J dependency is Tetris ready, so takes the bar. Oh, adjusted there. Had to create some delayed burns with that adjustment, but at least was able to use that J for good. Tetris there for Dan goes up to 791. Messex at 736. So Dan at 836, Messex at 773. Tetris here for Messex goes up to 806 into level 25. Dan at 866, still on level 24. Near 100,000 point lead there, as they were at the same line count for a second. Messex rolling ahead there with a couple of Tetrises, but still behind in score and ahead in lines. Both of these games, both of these players just quietly putting up these ridiculous scores. Dan is one burn to 1.2 before 29. Tetris for Dan has maxed out now. A33 for Dan. Messex at 951. Dan at A69, but is being forced to build up this S-tower over on the right side. Messex is also maxed out as Tetris into 29 at A61. Dan at A87. But Dan will likely not Tetris here into 29. We'll transition at A95. So less than a Tetris lead at this point for Dan. Oh my god, Dan going for the Tetris. Gets the bar for the Tetris. B40 now for Dan. Adding on to the lead is Messex. Messex not happy with that Z placement. Would love a square piece, but doesn't get the square over, and Messex tops out at A83. But Dan...
Stop Tetrising, man! What was that face? Go fuck yourself! Good shit.
That was just quietly and incredibly close game. Was das? Na, Messex hat mir noch eins geholt. Passt schon, danke. Beer. Don't know. I don't know what Messex got me. This could be anything. Bro, this is the glass that Messex gave me. God knows what's in it.
That's beer. It's just.
Uh-huh.
I
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
There is a beer. I put it from down there, and you can go sing it. Do you think I would put DMT or something? I'm not gonna snuggle DMT for a fucking airport.
We're so getting bad.
If any official or authority figure is watching this is a joke, this is ironic, okay? I do not possess
Yeah. We just have DMT in Minecraft in a video game, hypothetically. Theoretically. In a game, in a video game. Yeah, in a video game. Das monthly Tetris. DMT. Yeah. That's tournament. It's even on Classic Tetris. We have DMT on Classic Tetris. Alright. Alright, seats in? Seats in? Ready? Alright, game number 4 in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Dan now. It's been an intense set. This is by no means been one-sided at all. Every game it felt like could have been won by both. Dan having to do his absolute best here. To get it over the line. Roman, I can only assume that my Vienna and your Vienna are two different places. Because isn't Vienna's a city in America, isn't it? Oh my god, Dan just did a tuck to solve, but in reality just makes it, okay, he gets the bar, okay. 72,000 here for Dan. He gets away with a delayed Vitz. And Messick's at 75,000, trying to get away with building row 3 left wells. It is an awkward situation. Always interesting to see how top players solve those types of situations, but in this case you can see from Dan's reaction he was not happy with that solve. Dan is getting up high. It's not at the point where he'd say he's in huge danger, but definitely bad things can happen. Oh my god, oh my god, that was an adjustment, wasn't it? So Dan currently with about a Tetris lead here over Messick's. On which console they play? NES's. Or actually, one of them is a Retron. I think. But I mean, yeah, original console. So 249 here for Dan, now up to 272, 235 for Messick's. There are channel predictions there for this match. And last I looked, it was a 97% of people picking Dan as their winner. Now, Dan is a fantastic player and one of the best in the world. But Messick's proving here they're pretty capable themselves. This has been honestly a fantastic set. It's been super intense all the way. Dan's look just a tick more solid, but can never ride off Messick's. 335 for Messick's, 373 for Dan. Dan with the Tetris goes up to 419. Messick's at 359. 466 for Dan. 409 for Messex. Messex, a very rare game where they're actually trailing in lines, considering their aggression and tactics of stacking up all the way to the board. Stacking up all the way to the board. Stacking up all the way to the sky. Messex here really uses an L piece, but gets the L piece into a Tetris.
20,000 outs, I would have won that even to my force enemy. Fuck off.
526 here for Messex. Gonna go up to level 19. Dan here is already on level 20 at 598. Dan is slightly ahead in lines, but definitely in the advantageous position here in this game. Looking to close it out and book a ticket into the final to face Sidnev. $678 for Dan, $595 for Messex. Nice adjustment there for Dan. Both players playing clean, although Dan's left side not looking too great. Could definitely use a T-piece or two. L-piece not too bad, but ooh, delayed burn there for Dan. And having to build more delayed burns on top of it, which means lots and lots of burning. That's a double right there, does Dan. Just allowing Messex to get closer and closer within 40,000 points and is a full level behind. So every game, Messex able to stay competitive. Now, it's hard to say who's in the advantageous position, but just a minute ago is definitely Dan. Tetris there for Messex at 776 on level 24. Dan 10 lines ahead at 823. Messex currently at 784. Dan at 888. Tetris for Dan goes up to 923. Messex at 856. Dan here at AO2 has maxed out. Messex at 931. Oh, Dan here. Only 20,000 points ahead of Messex. Isn't able to get the bar over, so Messex now has a chase down. A56. It's a score that Dan topped out at. Should be doable. A57 gets the bar over. A couple more lines will do the trick.
That's it, right? Let's
Yes.
go!
So Messex. This has been an intense set.
Fucking game, bro. This is fucking crazy.
It's been so close all the way.
I smell like shit. I smell so much. I wanted to die when I did it. I wanted to die.
Oh my god. I hope you can tell I'm tired. Not that this game is making me sleepy. It's just been... organizing real life tournaments is one of the biggest joys you can have, but also one of the most stressful things you can have. One of the most sleepless things you can have. But we're at the finishing line. Or we can see the finishing line. We're into the final final semi-final between Messex and Dan.
No, you were good. You're super consistent. You were very good. Yeah. Genetic. Now you're fucking crack. You should play more. Look at you. Look at you. Look how good you did. I mean, this is the best I've ever played Tetris in my whole life. No, I'm not ready.
Yeah, just tell me when you're ready. No stress. I mean, not from my end, maybe from like the venue's end. We were actually doing great on schedule. And then both of these semifinals have just decided to be the most intense things that we've ever seen. So now we're actually behind schedule again.
I needed something. Like, just stress off. Yeah. Okay, I'm ready.
All right. Seeds are in? Both are ready? All right. The final game of the semifinals. Sidnev has already booked a spot into the finals. Messex and Dan have already put on a classic here in the second semifinals, and it's all come down to one game to decide who will face Sidnev in the finals here in Vienna. Game number 5 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tetris! Oh my god, the crowd actually said something. Thank you. I don't feel lonely anymore. But I mean, it's just been intense. Both semifinals have delivered, have yielded a ton. One of them definitely you'd expect it. SV and Sidnev, the two superstars of European Tetris, facing off and put on another instant classic. Little did we know we were about to witness what we've witnessed here. It's not world record breaking scores, but it's two players going blow for blow, both of them believing that they can win. And 4 games in, I genuinely could not tell you who's going to win this match. So Dan, 119, Messex at 159. Oh my god, Messex in some trouble up top and doesn't get the bar over, and Messex! Dan still needs to get the Tetris and gets the Tetris. It's a heartbreaking ending to what was otherwise one of the best matches we've ever seen on European soil. A heartbreaking ending, but what a story for both players. Dan? Messex, man. Oh, come on. Come on, man. No, that was so good. That was so good. That was so good. I'm so proud of you, man. I'm so proud of you. That was so good. Sometimes you get an anticlimactic ending, but that doesn't take away from the absolute intensity that we've just witnessed. The NV and Messics. When you're trying to put together a match that you know will deliver. Oh god, I put in the wrong... I'm so confused that I put in the wrong score. There we have it. In the end. Dan V and Sidnev, today's finalists, will be facing off after both going through absolute wars to book their spots into finals. They face each other for the ultimate prize. Gonna come up in just a minute. Yeah, we're not gonna be too long, but like I really need to go to the bathroom. So we have arrived at the grand final. It was a collection of European superpowers that came to Vienna for a humble little regional tournament. And in the end, Stan V and Sidnev, the last two remaining players, who will face off for the Viennese championship. Stan V, as mentioned before, a two-time Classic Tetris UK champion. And if you're not too into the Classic Tetris scene, the UK, outside of America's, probably the strongest scene you have in terms of countries. And he's won back-to-back titles in both years. A CTWC top 16 player facing off against Sidnev, who started off their career all the way back in 2020 when they, as an unknown player, got their first ever max out in CTWC quals. 2.5 years later, they're considered one of the absolute finest Classic Tetris players the scene has ever produced. And those two now face off in the final. Dan V and Sidnev, our final for today. Oh Christ, I just spilled beer. That's a nice shirt. I'm wearing my TWO shirt. Shout out to TWO. But yeah, the semifinals certainly delivered. The finals can just be somewhere near that. Then we've already had a huge success. Stan V and Sidnev. Europe's finest. And we shall find out who reigns across the continent today. Both of these players going through absolute wars and somehow still standing. After the ridiculousness of the last set, you almost forget just how crazy the set was between SV and Sidnev. With a player field like this, you expect fireworks, but you're never guaranteed them. And to just actually see them in real life and actually happen. These players putting on absolute magic time and time again. And in the end, it's just these two. So, take your time, but don't take too much time. Whenever you're ready. Yeah, whenever you're ready, one of you select the seed, and then copy it, and then you know the drill. Whenever you're ready, tell me, and we'll get the countdown started. What? Yeah, that's what the winner gets. We couldn't afford a trophy, so we just got this. All right, you guys ready? All right. The finals of the first ever live tournament hosted in the beautiful country of Austria. We are so privileged to have so many European superpowers come to our little town and put on such a show. And in the end, it's Sidnev and Dan V in the finals. So without further ado, the finals, game number 1 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Tetris! You can see there, same piece. It's always interesting to see if the players, when the players deviate, and they almost immediately deviated with their opening sequences. Sidnev obviously with their signature one push down point. Sidnev able to get the first Tetris. Dan still with some delayed burns over to the right side that he's gonna have to deal with before he can start getting the Tetrises. Dan here, bit of a suffer start. Not really what you want. Yet to score a Tetris after 14 lines. Has reopened the well. Is Tetris ready? Just needs a bar, but is forced to build another. Delayed burn, of course. Bar shows up, but thankfully there's a bar for Dan's first Tetris. Sidnev, however, getting off to a flawless start. 117 for Sidnev. 39,000 for Dan. $66,000 here for Dan, 144 for Sidnev. And Dan's left side not looking good. Right now, Code Red isn't ringing just yet here for Dan. But it's more burning when he really would rather not. It's already over 100,000 point lead here in game number 1 of the finals for Sidnev. Sidnev just getting off to a solid start. Dan having a bit of a suffer start. It looks like Dan is slowly finding his rhythm here in the finals. 120,000 for Dan, 239,000 for Sidnev. Oh, Dan here with a hang. Does have an open Tetris. Well, but that does not burn, so now has to deal with the situation from the top. Needs an L or J yesterday. Dan in trouble. Needs something for the left side. Gets the bar over. But this is still so dangerous. So volatile. Anything can still happen, but Dan somehow navigating his way through absolute misery. And still surviving, but those square pieces are not what he needs, and Dan needs a square for the left side. Gets the bar, gets a Z piece, and now all of a sudden has burnt it down to a height that surely you think he can definitely survive. Now, this is still so tough. 198 for Dan. Sidnev just having a solid game at 339. It's not a world-breaking pace, but Dan surviving a huge scare in the finals. This has not been the start into the finals that Dan wanted, but he lives to fight. which is the most important thing. $279,000 for Dan, $395 for Sidnev. Dan getting his Lombard dependency filled over to the left side. Dan's high burning has also resulted in a 12-line discrepancy in favor of Sidnev. So Sidnev is not only ahead by 160,000 points, also got 8 lines in hand. Dan's got a clean board and is just ready to go for it. 331 for Dan into level 19. Sidnev still with 2 more Tetris available on 18. Gets 1. 509 for Sidnev. Tetris for Dan at 356. Dan here with another Tetris. At the very least, it was not the start that Dan hoped for into a final, but is slowly starting to find his groove. So whatever happens, if Dan can just get comfortable, maybe that's the best he can hope for at this point, but by no means has he given up on this game. Still lots and lots of lines to go. 489 for Dan, 610,000 for Sidnev. Sidnev with a misdrop. Gonna end up with a few holes, gets a Tetris. Knowing Sidnev, they're gonna solve this like it's absolutely nothing. And SPs was not what they were looking for. They're able to tuck in the bar. It's looking better already, but definitely gonna need to at least burn 1 more line. And that's probably the best solve you could have hoped for. Sidnev now with a clean board at 648. Still on level 22. Dan on level 23 at 582. So Dan has been Tetrising here on post-transition. Absolutely. But unfortunately for him, Sidnev hasn't really let off the gas. $676 here for Dan. Tetris for Dan goes up to 707, is 14 lines ahead and behind by 90,000 points. But Dan has done a fantastic job just in trying to stay alive here in this game. And there's still the little thing known as post 29, which may just throw some wrenches here in the works. Sidnev though with the Tetris goes up to 886. Still on level 25. Dan at 774. Dan looking at a high 900k, really at best. While Sidnev is definitely looking at a comfy 1.1 before level 29. So it's all the indicators are pointing towards a Dan V masterclass needed on 29 for game number 1 to still be competitive. And here we go. Dan into level 29 at 949. Sidnev still on level 28 at A63. So he's nearly 100,000 points ahead with still a couple more Tetrises to go. Oh my god, Dan with a tuck is set up for the Tetris, is going aggressive, knows he needs to. Does get the Tetris, but did sacrifice a lot of board health for it. Still survivable here for Dan. Needs to get the bar over, doesn't get the bar over. And Dan is going to be done at A12. It was a great fight. After the start that Dan had to even stay in it, it was very, very difficult to stay in it. But either way, Sidnev just keeping it cool, keeping the lead, and taking game number 1 of the finals. All right. Ready? All right. Game number 2. In 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Dan just had such of a nightmare start as he won. And they've both gone for the same setup here. Oh my Christ. So it's actually Dan who got the square and was able to tuck it in. But somehow Dan's ended up with a worse board than Sidnev. Both players with a Tetris. But Sidnev able to get their second while Dan is still in danger. It's not huge danger. They've survived worse than this in the last game. L-piece is crucial there. But when you're at a height like this, even if you are rolling, bad sequence, a missed roll, still you're so close. You're still flirting with death, no matter how fast you can move pieces at that height. But Dan able to survive for now. Currently at 45,000, has quite a few holes, and even if they're able to get another bar over to the right well, it still won't be a Tetris. So after the great post-transition Dan had, the goal was definitely try and not let Sidnev get such a big lead. But right now, it's looking easier said than done, as Sidnev is not having a record-breaking start to this game by any means, but just having a very solid start, while Dan is dirty, does get a dirty Tetris, up to 88,000. Sidnev at 173. Oh. Dan currently at 94,000, Sidnev at 243. Dan with a very high double well. Needs to take a skim. Takes a skim into a Tetris. 142 for Dan, 289 for Sidnev. So it's once again a suffer start here for Dan. Somehow, some way, Dan still managed to make the last game interesting despite having such a tough start. But that's not something you can rely on. It's not like Dan is a stranger to having his back against the wall. One of the matches I remember most from going to Portland, going to CTWC live last October, was Dan taking on Alice in the first round or round 0. It was the first match that Dan played. Dan was having a very, very rough time, and all of a sudden was facing the prospect of losing to a DAS player. Somehow, some way, pulled himself back and got himself over the line. However, the opponent that Dan is facing today is Sidnev, who, as mentioned before on the stream, is unequivocally one of the best players in the world, and is even has a very strong case nowadays for being the very best in the world. Currently 481 for Sidnev, 372 for Dan. So over 100,000 point lead here for Sidnev. Nice adjustment there. It's one of those adjustments where you can just tell the player clearly just thinks, what's the best move? It's very good to see. That just there for Dan goes up to 418. Sidnev at 550. Dan at 463. Sidnev at 596. And Dan has transitioned to level 19 at 472 now in level 19. Sidnev at 602, also on 19 now. Dan really wanted an L piece. Had to create 2 holes at different altitudes, but able to uncover the first one. And with 2 singles, able to solve the other one. Sidnev now hanging a bar. So taking a couple of skims, gets the L piece all the way over upright, and gets the next bar over, so ending up not being too much of a scare there for Sidnev, although this is going to cost them a couple of burns, and Dan does have a clean board. So if there was ever a time to rack up some points for Dan, the time is now. Sidnev has now cleaned out of it. Dan does get a Tetris, so has cut down the lead to about 80,000 points at the same line count, which, when you're playing against Sidnev, you'll absolutely take anything when you're behind. 625 for Dan, 736 for Sidnev. Oh, Sidnev, what's a series of misdrops. So now, once again, the opportunity for Dan. Dan not quite Tetris ready right now. But does still have a clean board. Gets a Tetris right there while Sidnev's board looks like it's not going to be a simple solve. As I say that, Sidnev still with a dirty board, but able to at least get 1 Tetris to burn down. And Dan, meanwhile, keeping a clean board, gets a Tetris, goes up to 724 into level 25. And Sidnev is nearly clean, but still has a bit to burn out of. But that was a perfect transition over to the right well. That dig worked out like as well as he could have hoped. Sidnev is the type of player to make a mess look like a symphony. Tetris there for Dan goes up to 807. Sidnev at 877. Both players on level 26. Dan gonna enter level 27. Still behind. It's looking like he's gonna be able to enter 29 with less of a deficit than the last game. But being behind Sidnev in any situation is never a good thing. As I say that, Sidnev hanging an L piece, able to tuck in a bar and gets the Vits there. Does cost them a couple of burns. Dan currently, with 1 more Tetris available, needs an L piece. Definitely at the very least needs a clean board here before 29. And so Dan, not with a clean board, but has tried to clean it up as much as he can to try and get the dig done here on 27, but some dead drops there for Dan are going to do it. And Sidnev once again. It was a furious fight back there from Dan, but Sidnev keeping their cool, keeping up the pace, and able to just be too solid for Dan. And now, 2-0 up and 1 game away from taking home the title. No, we were supposed to end 13 minutes ago. So.
We're still perfect in the schedule. Like.
Nah, it doesn't matter. Alright. It's 2-0 right now. It's definitely been a lot more complicated than the scoreline may suggest. There are definitely 2 players playing here in this final. So, alright, ready? Alright, game number 3. Match point here for Sitnev. Championship point for Sitnev. Game number 3 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Dan here. Memory serves correct. In the last CTUK finals, was actually down 2-0 to SV. And was able to turn it around. Dan certainly not shy of the big moments, although that was almost definitely a misdrop. But it actually ends up just working out perfectly fine. So far, both players with just 1 burnt line. Ooh. That is some... Those are some very good decisions there from Dan. It's not like the board looks amazing, but looking at the pieces, and considering what could have happened, Dan really did handle them very well. 139 apiece here for both players. Dan needing to at least burn off a single if he's able to get a bar, otherwise burn a double there with a T-piece. Oh, Dan there. Maybe was a little bit hesitant. By the way, not where he wanted to place that piece. Oh. Dan is going to get away with it there with another long bar. So far, Sitnev with a minor lead. But Dan doing a better job here in this game of at least keeping up early on here with Sitnev. 211 for Sitnev. 172 for Dan. Is Mark, you mean Mark Meyer? Yes, he was at the event. Mark went out to, I think it was Dan? Wait, the bracket's right there. No, Mark went out to SV. It was SV. They're both British and they both have V's in their name, so. And they also look like each other. 329 for Sitnev, 308 for Dan. Dan keeping it within 1 Tetris there, but bit unlucky timing there with the bar, but able to utilize the next one. Nice adjustment there for the bar. 334 for Dan, 375 for Sitnev. .405 for Dan, 443 for Sitnev. Manta. Where is he? Thank you for the sub. For the Prime sub. Subscribe for 2 months. How kind of you. $4.98 for Dan. $5.15 for Sidnev. Sidnev once again having a lead here on the 18 portion of the game. Very mistimed square there for Dan. Not what he wanted whatsoever. Heps! Thank you for the sub. $5.34. Dan currently building on row 2. Sidnev at $5.84. Will there be any exhibition? I mean, well, I guess we're not just going to end the stream immediately, but no, nothing like that. Nothing like that is planned. We're already a little bit over schedule anyways. Sidnev here really bringing the heat. 1 Tetris away from a 670 transition. Meanwhile, Dan has transitioned to level 19 at 580 and is going to have to use up his first few lines of post-transition with some burning. Although, does decide to set up for the center well, gets the Tetris, and does decide to take the 2 singles to bring it back over to the right side. Dan on level 20 at 611. Sidnev with a Tetris into level 20 at 706. So it's about a 100k lead here for Sidnev, but I mean, dealing with players as good as this, leads like that are by no means a death sentence if you're on the receiving end. However, Dan here, nice roof burn there after a nasty misdrop. Oh, Dan though is turning into a bit more of a mess than you would have hoped for. Sidnev getting away with a Vitz. Although then again, Sidnev running into some issues. Sidnev now ahead by 130,000 points, but Dan able to clean up his board faster than his opponent. Another Tetris for Dan, goes up to 718. Sidnev going aggressive here, was set up there for the row 3, column 2 Tetris. 803 now for Sidnev, 747 for Dan. Sidnev once again set up for the Tetris, does get the dirty Tetris this time, but still has a couple of lines of burning ahead of them. And just like that, Dan is so close now in score, but unfortunately, just as they were approaching, had a nasty misdrop there. Dan fighting for his life. Sidnev, meanwhile, is clean and looking to reestablish a solid lead here, as Dan, T-piece was what he was hoping for. Pieces he got do work. 826 for Dan. Sidnev at 931. So despite Dan's best efforts, it is looking like deja vu here. Looking like Dan's gonna have to pull off something on 29 in order to stay alive here in the tournament. Sidnev looking to close the book, bring home another title for the Netherlands. Sidnev at A73, Dan 170,000 points behind. Gets a Tetris, goes up to 942. Dan there with the Tetris, goes up to 980. Sidnev though into level 28 at 1.1. Tetris for Dan into 29. Gets a Tetris immediately on 29, goes up to A54. Sidnev still with one more Tetris to go into level 29 at B82. So over 100,000 points now, the lead here for Sidnev. Dan though gets another Tetris. not going down without a fight. B30 here for Dan. Set up for another Tetris, but is sacrificing the board. Gets a Tetris, goes up to B68. Less than a Tetris behind now, but in terms of board states, Sidnev definitely with the advantage, but Dan is still going here. Sidnev, though, looking to reply with a Tetris of their own. Gets the Tetris. C46 here for Sidnev. Piling on the misery here for Dan, but Dan is slowly burning this out at B90. Sidnev at C53. Dan is doing well here to burn it out, but Sidnev there with the first 1.3 of the day. Oh, Dan misses 2 bars and goes down on his shield. Absolutely delivering here. But in the end, Sidnev closing it out with a 1.3. Choke artist? I don't think so. Mentality monster to pull off a 1.3 to close out the tournament. And your CTWC Austria 2023 winner is Sidnev.
This was amazing. Like,
Was that 4 in a row?
okay. So, everybody, amazing guys. What a last game, right? I'm gonna close out the tournament, and of course I have to give. Is the stream already finished?
No, it's still going.
It's still going. Okay, it's fine. Everybody can, but I'll need to congratulate you as well, to
Thanks.
Yeah, so I only have a couple words to say. This tournament ran surprisingly smoothly. It was like a really tryout thing. Like probably most of you heard, we thought like maybe 8 to 12 people, but I knew Tugi and Eliva knew the people, so I thought it might get bigger. But I never would have thought it would have this quality of play. It's such an amazing, like the top 4, top 8, absolutely crazy. I'm so happy all of you guys came here. Yeah, I'm also really thankful for Respawn to give us this space. I think everything went really well. And yeah, there's like 4 people who organized it. There were lots of people who did some small contributions, but there were a lot of big contributions from Eliva.
Sit down. Come over here. Let's just have a quick talk. No, come here. Come to this space.
So I think
Yeah, I know, there's like minus space. Whatever.
how do I do this?
Might as well take another couple minutes, it's fine.
Let's just no, I have your thing now. Yeah, let's just give it up for the top 3 first, right? And then everybody get their own medal. Yeah. Can you get out the
Wait.
medals for the top 3 guys?
Luki, Before I end the stream, I want to just have a word with Sidna on stream.
Sure. Okay. Let's take 5 minutes. Everybody gets their medal. Everybody who participated
All right.
get their medal now. And we have
All right.
an interview on stream.
All right. Okay, wait. Why don't you take the chair? I'll be at the bottom. Okay, you can hear me now. What's up? Okay. I was just talking about how little space there is in here. But I just wanted to, I mean, since we're here, might as well get a quick word with Sidnev. So, Sidnev, what do you think about trickle-down economics?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, no one really does. What a tournament! Do you want to, like...
Sit on the chair.
No.
There's enough space.
No, it's fine. I don't know what to ask you. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
You were probably the favorite going into this. Did that like make you poo your pants?
I wouldn't say it like that, but I did feel some pressure, yeah, and I was not exactly sure that I would be able to pull it all off.
When you were facing off against SV, oh, we've got this on stream. We can give this on stream to Sidnev. I mean, this isn't a winner's medal. Everybody actually gets these medals, but you got your own special one, and I guess you're special because you get it on stream. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thanks, pal. Oh, sick. Okay, so let's just talk about the semifinal if you can still remember it. You were playing against SV. You played SV a lot. You beat him in CTEC. You beat you in Masters. Arguably the two best European players right now. Two of the very best players in the world, really, facing off. What did you think going into that match?
I'm not sure if I thought I was definitely gonna lose or if I was most likely gonna lose, but I was not confident at all. So, I mean, that mindset is completely flipped after game one when SV topped out early, because he has a tendency of like joking in big matches. Sorry, SV. But I felt a bit more confident. But of course, he brought it to a decider. He played very well, and I was pretty certain that in the decider I was going to lose. My 29 play was just completely broken. I couldn't play 29 at all. But fortunately, I was able to just make my lack of 29 play up in pre and post transition. So I mean, I'm glad that I was able to do it.
Right. And then you had to face off against Dan, who's a very small human being. I don't know why that's relevant. So you beat SV. Now you're playing against Dan. Did you have more confidence going into the finals or into the semifinals? Because you said you didn't really have much confidence into the semis. Did the semis give you a bit of confidence? Like, oh shit, like maybe I could actually probably gonna win this.
I did have more confidence, yeah. I wasn't like completely expecting to win, but yeah, as I said, I was a bit more confident than in the semifinals, and I thought to myself that if I could play pre and post transition the same way as I did against SV, that I would most likely be able to build up enough of a lead that Dan wouldn't be able to chase it down. So that's kind of what I tried to do, and it looks like it worked.
Yeah, it looked like it worked, but then in the last game, you know, it seemed like the same thing. You had a lead going into kill screen, but I mean, you ended up with the 1.3 first of the day, and you saved it for the winning game of the finals. How did you pull that off?
I mean, you gotta save the hype for the last game, you know.
Yeah. So we are. Do you have anything else to say? Obviously, don't upset any sponsors or or swear or say bad things, but you can say whatever you want.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm just glad to be here. Honestly, it's a great tournament. If just anyone thinking like, oh, I wish I was there, I mean, I'm assuming this is going to be planned to be hosted again next year. Do you know about that?
I don't know anything. We're just hoping that this won't be a complete disaster, honestly.
Well, it's a great tournament. If it happens again, I would definitely suggest coming here. It's amazing.
Well, that's your CTWC Austria winner from the Netherlands. So, yeah, CTWC Austria winner from the Netherlands, Sidnev, is gonna take home a trophy. I think. I think we have a trophy. Oh yeah, we have trophies. Look at those. Oh yeah. So you win a trophy. Congratulations. But yeah, Illinois qual is going on right now. I'm gonna keep the bracket up for a second so I can message Yeehaw to make sure that we can make a smooth transition. But other than that, this has been it for CTWC Austria. I had no idea that this was gonna turn out like this. I had no idea that the players were gonna come. I just really was nervous that hopefully we can put on a good show. Hopefully, make the best use of all these amazing superpowers of European Tetris coming together into the heart of Europe, into Vienna. I'm so glad that all of you made it. I'm so glad that you won. I'm so glad that you're here. And I'm just so happy that everything worked out pretty decently. So thank you so much for watching. I'll move to the bracket, but this has been it for me. Hopefully I've done a decent job at least doing something. And congratulations to Sidnev once again. And to everybody, Dan, Sidnev, SV, like all of you guys put on, and everybody else, all of you guys put on an amazing show. So thank you so much. And Sidnev being handed a glove. Who knows what that's laced with. But other than that, thank you so much. And look at the bracket until Illinois qual starts on Classic Tetris. Thank you.